Nobody would care.
Timeless. The show Timeless beat you to it. Comet.
Timeless?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and nobody would.
Yeah, like it's if you were to remake the Lone Ranger, like no one would care if like guys we made a more accurate Lone Ranger because he's black now.
If anything, it'd be more interesting if you actually made a historical like biopic about George Bass.
Yeah, like
Oh.
it would be much more interesting for like a documentary about the real Lone Ranger rather than like straight up.
Oh, he was a real person.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Lone Ranger was based off of a real guy, and
Who was black.
yeah, the real Lone Ranger. Okay. By the way, Dick, the stream can now hear us. So people in the chat, did you know that the original original
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
Hold on.
Okay.
Are you telling me we weren't live this whole time?
No, we were live. It just couldn't hear us.
Oh. Because I was about to say, what? Because SGD was talking for like a long ass time.
No, we're live. It's just they couldn't hear us for a bit. I was waiting for some people to get into the stream. That's all.
So did you know the original Char Aznable?
Yeah. Did you know that Char? Did you know that Tomino originally wanted Char Aznable to be black? How dare Bandai whitewash Char Aznable? Shame on Bandai.
Oh, that's a fake fact, by the way. That's fake news. Fake news, guys.
I love what Ray said.
We
was Lone Rangers and shit.
Yeah. So the original Lone Ranger, not the fictional character, but the guy that the character the Lone Ranger is based off of was black, and they whitewashed him.
I mean, can you blame him? When the Lone Ranger was created, it was in less tolerant times.
Wait! I just realized so you know the when they remade the Lone Ranger as a live-action movie, was Johnny Depp technically doing red face?
Good question.
Yes.
Yes.
Come on, let's just like. Here's the thing. People only. Here's the dirty little secret about Hollywood. About people on the internet in Hollywood. People only care about blackface. They don't care about the white, yellow face. Unless it's ancient times, unless they do it real bad. They don't care about Indian any other face. They don't care if a black guy impersonates a white person. It's only when you do blackface and occasionally yellow face.
As a man who is has extremely diluted Native American blood in him, this offends me.
So basically, you're basically every American. Almost every American who was born here has some form of diluted Indian blood. Yes.
Ray says, "I think Johnny Depp is Native American." Is he? Oh, in that case, then it wasn't red face. He was just.
Bro, no. What tribe? Which tribe? Oh. Is it the exact tribe of Native American? Yes, we're going there. We're going because you never do that with Native Americans. You can't just lump them to one group. They're all they're separate.
Me? Chickasaw.
I don't know mine. It's.
Then you are white.
Yeah, I'm white, but I know I have a great grandparent, like a ancestor that's Native American.
Also, Tilda Swinton did Yellowface in Doctor Strange, though. Ray, I don't know how to respond to that, because technically, the character...
They changed the character.
Yeah, they did change the character from the original comics.
Because,
who was a Tibetan man, and they changed it, not because they wanted, not because Tilda Swinton's a great actress, it's because China.
Yeah, they didn't want to offend the Chinese because China hates Tibet.
Yeah. I mean, China hates everyone.
Oh yeah, because China is asshole.
And by the way, it's not racist. It's not. I don't know. Maybe it is a little racist to say that, but you know what? I'm Asian. Asians hate other type of Asians. It's like I'm Asian, so am I. What country? China? Fuck you.
What country? What country? Thailand? F you. What country? Korea? F you.
What?
Wait, what do you mean? What country is good? My country. My people in my district.
Behold.
But back to the Black Ranger.
Black Ranger.
Shit. No, we're not talking about Walter Jones. Bass Reeves was so dedicated to the law, he even arrested his own son, Benny, for the murder of his wife. Benny was sentenced to life in prison. With over 3,000 arrests, 14 kills, went his entire 32-year career in law enforcement without being shot once.
Wow.
He was assigned to bring the notorious female outlaw Belle Starr. When she got wind who was after her, she turned herself into the federal court.
Huh.
You gotta be such a Chad. That's a criminal, a hardened criminal, a hardened femme fatale.
Was he like the fucking RoboCop of his time?
Reeves was one of the few marshals who would venture into Indian territory, also known as Oklahoma, at the age of 67. He retired in 1907. He enjoyed a short-lived retirement as a police officer in Muskogee, Oklahoma. His assigned beat had 0 crime reported until he died at the age of 71 of Bright's disease.
Wow.
He was one of the
goodness.
He was one of the true gunslingers of the West.
Hey, somebody, see Nick, email Count Dankula about this guy. This guy seems like a total Chad.
This guy was the fucking Alex Murphy of his time, without the part of being shot and turned into a cyborg.
Now I want to see that Robo Cowboy.
Robo Cowboy.
I know.
Robo Black Cowboy.
Wasn't
It's RoboCop and the Lone Ranger and Django Unchained.
Wait, wasn't there a black RoboCop? Like, I think it was like
RoboCable.
a TV show.
I think
It was like a TV
yeah,
show or something.
it was
a black RoboCop.
It was RoboCable.
RoboCable?
Yeah, he had 2 pistols instead of 1.
One of his famous tactics was, if he was captured or in danger by a criminal he was hunting down, he would ask them to read a letter from his wife before they killed him. He used their distraction to free himself and get the upper hand.
Wow.
Oh my goodness!
This guy's amazing.
Yeah. He was also a freed slave. George Reeves, his
Really?
owner. Yes, George Reeves, his owner and reason for his surname, took Bass with him to fight in the Civil War. However, George became violently angry after Bass beat him at a card game, and Bass was forced to fight him, or kill on some accounts in self-defense. After running away and entering Native American territory, Bass learned how to speak the languages of the 5 civilized tribes: Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Muskogee, and Seminole. This part of his life,
badass.
this part of his life is where he mastered marksmanship. He got married and had family after the Emancipation Proclamation was declared, and then later became a marshal, going on the adventures listed above, and many more. Another famous criminal that Bass captured was Bob Dozier. He was the very first black U.S. Marshal. May we never forget him, as history would suffer to lose such an outstanding figure.
He's such a Chad.
Whoa.
Someone make a movie of this guy.
Yeah,
This
a
guy's
good movie. A good movie. But
Badass.
there's no need. Like, this seems like a guy who you don't even need to do any embellishments.
Yeah, like, whoa, this guy's fucking amazing.
Like, he escaped this Confederate army. I'm assuming the Confederate.
This guy fucking escaped slavery. Got married. Became one of the best law enforcers of his time. Never got shot.
Yeah, and
died
also
a happy man. Maybe died a happy man. I don't know about that disease part. But when he died, throughout his life, during his entire retirement, there was no crime until he died. Like, wow.
Why does this guy have a spot in the history books?
Yeah. Come on, you wouldn't think somebody would have put him in the games at some point?
You know what? I don't mean to sound like, like those people who, read about, why they changed this historically accurate character to be white, and like, I don't want to sound like one of those guys, but why they whitewash him? This guy's a badass. I mean, that's a rhetorical question. I know why they whitewashed him, because when the time Lone Ranger was out,
Less tolerant times.
Yeah.
They just, and also I think at the time, in terms of populations, it wasn't as diverse at the time. Like, the black population was still a minority. Like, there was a lot more. In terms of minority, America always had a bigger minority of black people compared to other Western nations, but they were still a minority.
Racist,
and
because 1940s America was asshole.
Well, it started in the 1900s, and like the character was actually, I'm not sure when the Lone Stranger was made.
Wait,
he was originally like, it would probably be in like the 1920s.
Oh, let me look.
Honest.
Let me look this up. Lone Ranger TV show.
Well, it wasn't just a TV show.
Okay, it was the 40s though. 1949. 1949.
Was that when the actual character was made? Because he.
Lone Ranger character. Hold on. Oh, so it was originally a radio series. I didn't know.
Yeah, just what I thought. Yeah, because so back then.
1933.
Yeah, just what I thought. Yep, just about right. Yeah, the mass media at the time of before the 50s was radios.
Right.
So radios were like, you had the movie theater, where you could watch your serials or your longer movies, special events, or you can turn on your radio and they would have different programs, not only your news but also your radio dramas, which was a big thing. That's how characters like the Shadow first appeared, and same with other superhero like Batman and Superman were on radios. Like, that was a way to do mass market franchising back then.
This guy was a total badass, though.
Yeah, this guy sounds awesome.
This guy sounds if we could go back in time like Bill and Ted style, I would totally have a conversation with this guy. Like, dude, listen to me. You, in the future, you're gonna be revered as a complete badass by a lot of people.
Yeah, Now I want to see a movie. I want to see a movie, or at least a game. Well done movie, by the way. A well done movie. I will always preface this. A well done, no very little politics other than the politics of the time period.
At least like a documentary about this guy.
What about a video game style Red Dead Redemption?
It depends. But man, I want more people to know about this guy. This guy is amazing.
Honestly, he probably made a pretty good comic book series.
A manga series. Just imagine Hiroko Araki, where he becomes a JoJo.
Behold my stand, and behold my stand, Johnny Depp.
No, it has to be like a song.
Behold my stand, Law and Order.
I'm not gonna lie, I just saw something crazy.
What?
if so we make like some sort of like game where the goal is you get like a celebrity, you get basically and you it's like and the celebrities fight each other, and like it's like Pokemon where you get to control them. and you got like a little like cards or something that could upgrade them, and the upgrades are based on roles they played.
Oh!
Like you get Ron Perlman. You get Ron Perlman, and he plays down a redstone fist, and he becomes Hellboy.
Oh man, I play Jim Carrey in attack mode. I place
down Johnny Depp. I turn my card. Now he's activated pirate mode.
You activate my trap card. Robotnik.
Ray says Mel Gibson could make it too. Look what he did with Desmond Doss, Hacksaw Ridge. Huh.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
I should talk about Hacksaw Ridge at some point. It is one of my favorite movies, actually.
I still need to watch that movie.
Yeah, you do. It's a very well done movie, and it shows how great Andrew Garfield is as an actor.
Oh, I never did. Look, we may have different opinions on The Amazing Spider-Man 2, but I never once denied that Andrew Garfield was, an amazing actor. I think he's great.
The Itsy Bitsy Spider part is one of the coolest parts of that movie.
Don't you mean it's my birthday, Spider-Man?
No.
It's my birthday. I have a whole fridge going on, like Pepe Sylvia style with all these pictures of Spider-Man. Yeah.
Yeah, and your favorite part of the Transformers the movie is Rodimus killing Optimus.
I thought favorite part.
At least get the names right. It's Hot Rod. He wasn't Rodimus at the time. He doesn't become Rodimus until after he gets the Matrix.
Yeah, which he only got the Matrix is because the Matrix was an idiot.
The Matrix is literally the will of Primus himself. Cybertron God chose Hot Rod to become a Prime.
And technically,
let me say this, SGD, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, SGD. Look, it's not. Look, we know. SDG? Chelsea.
Rias, you have a special girl.
Chelsea. That's all I can say. I'm just gonna repeat out your name because I'm just in awe. Chelsea.
Chelsea.
So anyway, should we actually start the show? We've been talking.
Well, we've been talking like 20 minutes just talking about how badass the real Lone Ranger is.
Maybe we can just devote our entire episode to badasses of history.
Ranger, we're sorry that you were whitewashed to appease the mass market.
So SGD, you were saying, I hope you remember where you left off.
I was done talking.
Oh,
okay.
Alright. Well, you're not done talking yet, because now we're gonna move on with the show, and you're up. So, let's actually get to the actual show. Okay, so, first up, SGD, you want to talk about more about Scarlet Nexus?
Yeah, so, I mentioned the last time I talked about Scarlet Nexus, they added a simulator for boss modes with the 1.05 update, which is of course a free update, and say what you will about Bandai, but they're good to me. And what it allows you to do is you fight various enemies and get to refight most of the bosses. There is one boss you don't get to fight, and it's been a while since I've fought the boss on sort of on the back foot, because every time I've replayed the game I've kept my stats. So I can't remember if that boss has a brain crush animation, and if it doesn't, I think that's why it's not in the simulator. Because I fought it the other day, replaying the story, melted it, and when you try to trigger a brain crush, it starts a cutscene because it's a more story important boss than just kill this other. And the simulator itself is of course available in the hideout, which you unlock very early into the game. And of course when you unlock the hideout, you also unlock the simulator now. But it is very much endgame content. So you don't want to go into this when you haven't finished the game. And I'm talking from someone who has the DLC, that sort of experience, which the first DLC adds weapons, which are totally not overpowered, please don't nerf. And the second DLC does allow you to get more stat boosts. And then both the DLCs do give you extra abilities on top of that. So I think that has helped my experience. And the simulator itself does rank you. So it can go, usual ranking S to F, I guess. I don't know if there's an F, the lowest I've gone is a C. So F would probably be dying. And of course, when you get enough S ranks, you do get a reward from the game.
What's the reward?
That's a special plugin that boosts your attack, but increases the damage you are also dealt. Because the last thing this game needed was to make me kill enemies even faster on hard mode, because that's all I ever play in. But I did all the missions on normal, because there are a lot of missions. I think there's maybe one exclusive to each character. And you have to beat them as each character for it to register. So if I get an S on this mission as cast an A, I don't have a ranking as Yuto. I found the rating system to be pretty forgiving. So I thought, S rank is going to need high ranks on everything. No, you just need a decent performance. So I got straight S's and a C on one mission. I still got an S rank.
Oh, nice.
Of course, it ranks you on damage dealt, damage taken, brain crushes activated, which is an ability you can do when you deplete a crush gauge, which is just below the health. Items used and clear time. Brain crushes are really fun, but they seem to have nerfed brain crush for the simulator. Outside of the simulator, it's pretty normal. And that's probably to give it more of a challenge. With the right SAS combination, you can make it more easy to get a brain crush, but it is still pretty hard, especially when they throw a lot of enemies at you. The first DLC does help, because the first DLC adds crush visions. So when you deal enough crush damage to an enemy, but don't crush them all the way, you can trigger a brain crush by brain crushing something else. But it's especially finicky in the simulator. And as well as letting you fight basically every enemy and almost every boss, it adds a few new enemies to the game.
Okay.
With more experimental abilities. So, skipping past the enemies that don't have extra variances, the pools, which are more just a generic sort of Scarlet Nexus's take on a slime, where they'll just sort of shoot gunk at you. And then the special variant they add is the Jewel Pool, which basically picked up the star from Mario without the invincibility. So they're super fast and all flashy, but they don't attack and will disappear after 30 seconds. Killing them basically just gets you some money and XP and adds a number to your score. The next enemy to get a variant is the Rut, which is the armored fruit snake wheel, which of course shoot things at you, and heavily armored. The shotgun doesn't move because it's surrounded by a cage, and it will explode if you get too close because they are stupid.
Oh.
That's their law. They think you are trapped inside the cage, so it explodes to kill you, but that kills itself.
That's fun.
And then the next is the Santas, where the Sparta Santa doesn't shoot things at you like the Spirus and Saliva Santas, but uses electrokinesis and can make duplicates of itself. One glitch I encountered with the Sparta Santa was it made itself invulnerable, which it's not supposed to do unless it's protecting itself with electrokinesis shields. But going to Brain Field did fix that, because Brain Field transfers you to a different battlefield, and it alters enemy behavior, so enemies that hide won't hide. Unless it's the Dominus Circus, invincible enemies are generally defeatable. So that fixed what I was going with the Sparta Santa. And according to their lore, there are actually two Santas inhabiting the one box to explain their two abilities. And then the last thing to get a variant is the Chinnery, which their main thing is they are big. So the Wandering Chinnery will spray you with water. The Silvery Chinnery will spray you with oil. The Juttery Chinnery will just barge into you, and then the Growly Chinnery will make everything dark. And which is easily counterable with Tsugumi's Clairvoyance, or alternatively, you can use Shiden's Electrokinesis, but that will give it special abilities because you've turned on its light bulbs. They're all pretty fun. It'll be nice if we got some DLC missions and we could fight these in a different environment. But again, it's nice to have more enemies. Really, it's not that I'm tired of the old enemies, it's still pretty fun. It's nice to have more things to have fun with.
Now, are these enemies exclusive to the simulator?
Yeah, the 4 new enemies can only be found inside the simulator because all the spawns in the rest of the game haven't been changed. But the bosses you can refight, a lot of them have been more beefed up, and the Brain Crush has been nerfed. Which actually makes for a more enjoyable experience, because the basic combat is so fun for Scarlet Nexus. So especially the last boss, you fight its 2 phases separately, and it's not the worst boss in the game, but in the Vision Simulator it makes the first phase probably one of the best bosses in the game. No, the second phase is one of the best bosses in the game in the simulator. Characters will also have commentary depending on what fight you're going into. Like when your ally Kagero and Kyoka are fought in one simulation, and you don't need the character in your party, they just have to be available. They'll make commentary, so Kagero will remark how you should look up your daughters because there's 2 of them now, as soon as he spawns in. But that's just a joke. He's into older women because he's an older man himself. I'm kind of understating how old he really is. He's old enough to be a father. That old.
Okay.
Tsugumi is his best friend, so she'll apologize when you fight Kagero, even though it's a simulation. So it's not the real him, but he's like, I know it's a vision, but I'm sorry. Hanabi will express reluctance of having to fight Yuto. Yuto will feel depressed and he's fighting one of his friends. I'm not going to name who because it's a spoiler. Kasane will appreciate the opportunity to see her own fighting style, and so does Luca. I didn't find any of the missions unfairly hard. Like, they're all pretty easy to handle even without using items. But I did find the Dominus Circus to be a bit more overly spongy when playing as Yuto, but I didn't have that same problem as Kasane, which I think was because I changed my strategy between those 2 points in time. Because I found a specific SAS combination is very helpful in the game, and I wasn't using that combination when I fought it as a Yuto. And completing the missions it has offer you gives you design attire tickets, which you can purchase, but it's nice to have some free ones. And that allows you to purchase more outfits, which I'm pretty sure were added with the free update, not the DLC, because there was DLC outfits. One of the outfits is the general battle attire with the brain field hood up, which a lot of people have been asking for since the game launched. So it's nice to have that available. And it's also the first time I really got to look at what the character's appearance is when using those outfits, because when you're using brain field or brain drive, you're not really you're not really focusing on what you and your allies look like. You want to make the most of that time. So it's nice to see the little outfit changes. It's not just a hood. Something else might go on, like a Kagura will cover up his exposed chest a bit more. Hanabi has these straps hanging off her back, and they sort of go up into her head. Sune has some of the stuff gets more frayed. It's like little things you can't really notice, especially when how zoomed out Scarlet Nexus can be at times. I think they added the Archivist design attire, which is just a reskin of the usual attire, and you get oversized heads. Satori the Archivist is your save point, and you get something matching his helmet. But they're so big. I think that's all I have to say. So yeah, it's more free content for Scarlet Nexus. I'd say buy the game, but they have been adding more challenges for free, and if you've already played through the game, it's not as substantial an addition, because a lot of the time you've already completed those challenges beforehand. So I think you maybe buy it now, or you could wait for the third DLC to see what they add then.
When is the third DLC coming out?
We don't know. The second DLC came out a lot sooner than I expected, so I think the third DLC will be a while. Because there are... to make the most of the second DLC, you will need to play the game a fair bit more. Because it adds the ability to spend time with your companions, and that only happens when you do things and then show up at the base and it's like, hey, you can spend time with your companion, and then you get a small stat boost. So to max that out, you probably need to play for a while longer. But if you don't have any other games to play, you can Scarlet Nexus. If you have a bit of a backlog, I think it'd be okay to wait to get the most out of the experience.
Okay.
Unless the game goes on sale, in which case buy it.
Let's see. I'm looking on Steam right now. So far, I don't see anything about a sale. The game alone is like $60. So, your average game price.
Yeah, and then there's a few more editions. One has extra cosmetics, and one has the season pass on top of that.
No. Just the Deluxe Edition and Ultimate Edition.
Yeah, pretty sure the Ultimate Edition has the season pass. I think they need to be a little clearer with the communication on the Steam page.
Okay. So, if people are interested in Scarlet Nexus, right now on at least on Steam, $60 for just a game alone. So that's your thing. Go check it out. You know what? I'll probably check it out soon. I got the money. I could probably check it out.
Well, if you also have Xbox Game Pass, you could get it through that.
I don't
Recommended.
have any console.
Recommended playing experience is to create 2 separate save files, start with Yato, alternate every phase, unless you really want to avoid spoilers, in which case alternate every standby phase and phase, because there is one spoiler you will get spoiled on before the other character experiences it. I played in Japanese, so I don't know what the English dub is like. It is more time consuming to have 2 save files, but to get the most out of the story, it's my recommended thing. And when you're done, whatever one you had more fun with, pick the other character, because then you'll have to play as the other character in the same save file. So when you beat the game, it'll allow you to do X new game. You pick that same save file, switch to the other character, beat the game as them.
Okay.
And then it'll say you've cleared it as both and can switch between them at the hideout.
Actually, I'm gonna look up dub right now. I'm gonna show this on stream. Okay, Japanese voice and English voice comparison. I'm just gonna take a quick listen.
I recognized Kyoka's voice actress from Code Vein in the Japanese. Kagero and Tsugumi's voice actor and actress are in Digimon Adventure Reboot, and Kagero's voice actor is very good as Kagero. Absolutely awful when you need him to raise his voice. And unfortunately, Tsugumi sounds very different from Mimi in the Adventure Reboot, so I don't have to think of that awful show when I play with Best Girl.
Okay, let me see your dub.
So is she a candidate on your waifu list?
Quit
No
barking.
comment.
It's time to show me some fight.
Okay, looks like the dub, based on what I'm hearing, dub's alright.
I've heard Luca, and I don't like Luca.
Ah. Well, just a
Luca's supposed to be. I think
Well,
they
I
took
can't
his
judge
physical
it.
age, his actual age, took the average age of that, and then hired someone that age rather than getting someone who could sound like a kid.
Here, I'll put this video in the back room, and then you can check it for yourself.
Eri.
I think it sounds like what you expect from a dub, like not when someone's talking positively. Like it's not the gold standard like God Eater. It's more of the this sounds like a dub.
I guess, but from what I'm hearing so far, it's not that bad. It'll do. Alright.
I've preferred Japanese personally because you can get more than nuances do not translate to English.
Okay.
Kasane will refer to her sister as One-chan, while Luca will refer to his brother simply as Nissan.
Ah.
That shows like the level of affection and respect on Kasane's part that Luca doesn't express towards his older brother. Like those kind of nuances, and there's a lot more to go into. Like Kagero referring to Kyoka as One-sama because he's being playful, rather than referring to her as her rank.
Okay. Alright. I'll check out the game later if I can. I got the money, so I'll probably check it out. Alright, so yeah, if anyone's interested in Scarlet Nexus, it's like $60 on Steam, and then, there's the Game Pass as well. Okay, so now we can talk about... Okay, thank goodness you didn't yell this time. Listen, chat. When Ninjato came into this voice chat, the first thing he did, at least the first thing I heard, was just him screaming at the top of his lungs, "Char!" and like
I'll chase you to the ends of the earth or the galaxy.
like that. Like, Jesus, you almost gave me a heart attack, dear. Goodness. All right, so we're talking Gundam.
Yes. So this week, we finally fulfilled the promise to not, and we watched Char's Counterattack.
Yeah.
Finally. And since Changus wanted to talk about Hathaway's Flash, which is my personal film of last year, there's a couple movies I haven't seen last year, but Hathaway's Flash is just the one movie that I cannot stop thinking about every once in a while. So it's like, yeah. So I thought it was like, hey, it's at least reasonable for me, who was actually the most critical of this group of Char's Counterattack, to actually provide a review. So the basic premise, the film starts right in the middle of actions, and it's simple. Char Aznable is deciding to drop 2 asteroids on Earth. He managed to succeed one, and then he's about to drop another one. With the hopes of basically wiping out the population on Earth, essentially.
He doesn't want to wipe out the population necessarily. He just wants to make Earth uninhabitable and force everyone to come to space.
Yeah, and also reset the Earth, because he kind of views like all the problems of humanity is Earth. Of course, it's always Earth, not humanity itself. Totally not that. So, and then of course Amuro, and basically our heroes. Amuro wants to stop him, and there's the subplot where a rich girl named Quest is rebelling against the system, and she drags a young boy named a little guy named Hathaway Noah on her little adventures, and it ends with her dying, and Hathaway, which leads into Hathaway's Flash, where Hathaway becomes a terrorist because he simps for a crazy bitch.
Yeah. Give me a few seconds. I'm gonna take care of something real quick. You can continue talking about Char's Counterattack.
So I would give this is a good movie. It's about 99.5% perfect for what it is. Then that ending happens. And I don't understand why people think it makes sense, the ending. I understand that. It kind of ruined steam of the rest of the movie. Because so.
Hello?
See you, Nick.
Hey, Xeonic, we can still hear you having your phone.
0 North, 0 N.
Xeonic!
Xeonic!
Or N.
Xeonic! Xeonic! You're doxing yourself! Xeonic, listen, you're on the phone!
N771.
Xeonic, stop!
Yeah, I muted him.
Maybe, do you think maybe we should, like, try to, to cut that out? Just in case?
It has to be in late. It has to be in post-edit. And man, that took some steam out of my momentum of my segment. Much like the ending to Char's Counterattack. Like, seriously, like, so it may be part of it that I was going into the, looking at the ending, from the expectation of playing Super Robot Wars games, where they put a lot more emphasis on, on the game, on, like, that event, and talks about the impact. And also I was I was kind of expecting for like a conclusion to basically, because after Char's counterattack, this is the last time we see Char Aznable and Amuro Ray are for like this rivalry that spanned one full series, part of two other and part of one other TV show. And then it continues in this movie. But to understand the context of this movie, you just have to watch the original show. You have to just watch the original Mobile Suit Gundam, or like the 3 compilation movies, and then you could go into Char's Counterattack, because the other stuff just adds context to, like Zeta gives context to Char's character a bit more, like understanding like his emotional side. But in terms of their rivalry and like the other important stuff that the movie explores more, you just have to watch the original series. And we get the resolution to like the plot, but then like we stopped. Like Amuro saves the Earth, of course, but it's supposed to be at the cost of his life. But it doesn't really feel like that. Oh, hey, not just in time. Not you just escaped in time. I'm talking about Char's Counterattack. So I'm trying to explain some of my problems with the last minute of Char's Counterattack.
Okay.
Yeah, like, essentially, I mentioned about I was hyping up with Super Robot Wars, but, like, also, I kind of felt like, emotionally, we didn't get a resolution to at least Amuro's character arc. It could be a case where, that the arc was resolved in, like, the original series, which, it was a good arc, and, like, or another series, but in terms of the movie, Amuro's last words were not about, like, give a sense of peace. It's more of, like, him trying to save more people. But, like, the whole... I could understand the mood that Tamino was going for at the end of Char's Counterattack, and I totally respect that. I think it was a wrong decision just at the last second to not give at least a little bit more of a conclusion to Amuro, who is like one of the primary characters of the movie, like our protagonist, our main hero guy, to have like a fitting emotional climax to his arc in the movie, because his arc was mostly around stopping Char, but also just the cost of that journey. Oh.
4 times. Yeah. So the thing about I think the thing about Char's Counterattack is thinking about it for an extended period of time. It's a movie I really enjoy. I think there's a lot of great elements to it that really make it. You know, the first Gundam movie ever, the first original Gundam movie ever, that make it very special. I do think there are a lot of things that feels missing from it, and I wonder if it's intentionally so, or if just things just got left out of the chopping block.
Yeah, that's kind of what I felt like, especially at that end, because it's like it took a while for me to trying to process why I thought that end point was disappointing. But like I'm not doing when I say it's like the 5% of the movie. Like if I was grading this, I would give this a good, but I would probably say even a great, but I wouldn't say it's like the greatest mecha by itself, like a movie by itself, which is like, it is a movie. You have to judge it as by itself, and then you can also judge it as part of a larger series. As part of a larger series, it's good, it's continues the trend of generally good content with the Universal Sentry at the time, and leads into some interesting directions like F91 and like Hathaway's Flash, of course, and like just other Universal Sentry, and it also wraps up the whole Xeon Wars pretty well.
Yeah.
But there are some. What?
No, I was just going to agree with you. There are problems because I guess it's like when you think about it, there is unlike the original in Zeta, there really isn't any dynamic character arc that Amuro has to go through other than Char refuses to listen to me, even though I'm telling him that what he is doing is endangering a lot of lives, and it might not potentially bring the future that he wants.
Yeah, and my problem, I think, is like, my main problem is that as a conclusion to Amuro's and Char's story, mainly Amuro's story, because I don't mind that the relationship just ends with the rivalry ends is like both of them will never agree on anything. Like, I don't mind that. What I do mind is that it felt like, okay, could we at least have like a nice send off to Amuro, our main character, for like our like major figure for Gundam, for our whole thing, instead of like the last words is like failure to save a lot of people.
I think that. Well, I mean, I think that adds to the tragedy, though. Like,
I don't think so. I think it's more. It doesn't add to because the main tragedy of the movie is the Amuro Char relationship. The whole dropping asteroid on Earth, it's not the real tragedy. Like, like in terms of movie, like, generally that the Earth is not going to get totally destroyed, because there's too much at stakes, and it would, unless they were planning to make much like in Transformers the movie, totally change up the line, right? But they didn't. They don't need to. So it's better just to keep the Earth around for story reasons. And so the problem is, so that's not really at stake. That's not really the tragic element. The tragic element is that Char and Amuro never gets along. But the thing is that another aspect is like, okay, the relationship can never get along, but could we at least give Amuro, like, as he's passing on to new type heaven, an at least some closure where he has some peace. We noticed some of it with Char, but not so much with Amuro. Like, there's no like moment where like he is in a new type last conversation with like Lala, or with somebody else, whatever. Mostly Lala, because he's like the one that has the major new type relationship, and basically Lala guides him into the afterlife type thing. So that's, and if not, or you have like a moment like at the movie, right? I'm talking about it as a movie. The problem sometimes when we're talking about like anything Gundam, especially Universal Sentry, is that yes, we're talking about something that is part of like a greater canon of stories, so it's part of the bigger narrative, but as part of it, it's also a movie, also a show. So as a movie by itself, the ending is not that great. Even though I understand what Tomino was going for.
Like, Tomino would agree with you, but it's like, because at first he didn't really like the ending. He felt like they didn't really get across the He didn't really get across the idea that what he was trying to do. That is like even in the stubbornness of two people, change will come. Like, and because that was the whole point of the access point. Is that in the end, they're bickering. Amuro and Char's bickering and fighting will never reach a conclusion. They'll never reach the answer of trying to solve the problems, like the problems between space and Earth. But perhaps there is someone, which is a core message of Gundam in general, is that the next generation, perhaps they will have the answer to solve this problem.
Okay, so it's good to know that even Tamino, the creator, could critique his work and say some more criticism than I am, but that's not all I want to say in my review of it, because there is so much other aspects of the movie that I like a lot better, and
also real quick, is it just to go back to Tamino even critiquing this movie? Isn't that why he made the novel version, Bill Chorka's children?
Bill Chorka's children, where he got to add a lot more Zeta things, which is kind of funny with Tamino, because he will still tell you he doesn't like the original Zeta. So it's like he got to add a lot more of Amuro's, a lot of Amuro's character. A lot of his character dynamics from Zeta, his fear of space, he became a lot, he becomes a lot more closer to Hathaway, even giving Hathaway the immortal line that will always stay for him forever. The Reaper won't, the Reaper won't come until you stop doing what. The Reaper won't arrive until you say it's done.
Okay, that's
which was a line also in Hathaway's Flash.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the point, because Hathaway was more inspired by Tamino's later editions. But anyway, speaking of Hathaway, we need to talk about Crazy Lady. We need to talk about Crazy Rich Girl.
Oh, Quest?
Yeah, it's Quest. So we're gonna, a major part of Hathaway's Flash that we're gonna be talking about is that Hathaway's character arc is tied to Quest. One of his major motivation is this girl. And me watching this movie is what do you see in her, Hathaway? I see an arrogant rich girl who's willing to drop at a drop of a hat. Instantly, as he sees Char, goes, "I have to be his daughter."
I think it really just comes down to simplicity with Hathaway. Again, I will be speaking a bit from the novel, because it seems like with narration you get a few things explained to you. It's like Hathaway, he just thought she was cute, and the fact that Hathaway himself doesn't understand his new type powers, but she was like, oh man, it's this is gonna be exciting about being a new type and all that stuff. He's like, oh, I love this girl's energy, so I want to follow around her because she will help me figure out this part of myself that I don't fully understand. But it's of course we are talking about the movie.
Yeah, and one of the advantages for novelization or even manga versions is that they can expand. You don't really need to be limited to a movie. And this movie was like 2 hours, right? We watched. It was like a 2-hour movie. Like, which, by the way, 2 hours for hand-drawn animations, for really good hand-drawn animations, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, the animation still holds up. Like, oh my, yeah, it's very good. It was smooth. It's smooth as butter, and like it gives that nice and the old-timey look to it gives it this nice grimy look, like the more realistic look, even though it's like completely anime looking characters and stuff. And I do like the cyber. What was that guy's name? The guy who was the bodyguard with what?
Unai. Yeah.
Unai.
Yeah, Unai.
Junai or Unai. Yeah, he had an interesting character arc in the movie. Like essentially, most of this movie, you have the Federation, which is at its most incompetence. Like, oh my goodness, the levels of incompetence.
It only goes downhill from here.
No, like Hathaway, like right now, I've seen Hathaway's Flash, right? Mm-hmm. So like they are jerks, and like yes, they gave money to Jupiter Empire to have them later on in Crossbow to go sneak in to nuke Earth at one point. But willingly selling an asteroid full of nukes.
Okay, Char, we're going to give you access, and it's filled to the brim with nuclear missiles. You're not going to use it on us, right? Of course not. I'm Char Aznable. Would I ever lie to you?
Instantly, as soon as he gives the gold.
It's like, yeah, like Char's counterattack is just, the Federation sucks.
Yeah, I see now, not that I may have to join you into being space noise forever at this rate.
Like,
I'll be more of the terraforming Mars, so we can make Space Australia and build armors.
plus there's also just like, plus we still gotta watch Zeta and Double Zeta, and they're also a bunch of Federation's also a bunch of piece of shits in there as well.
Yeah, and not to mention the Titans.
Haman-sama, you're not gonna drop the colony on us, right? Please, Haman-sama. Of course not. Few minutes later. Well, Dublin's just been wiped off the map.
And oh, great! They're making a colony laser.
Why did you give Haman the colony? Have you seen Haman-sama? Looks at her. Haman-sama Bansai!
I want your feet pics! We need to give... Do you have an OnlyFans?
Snow Chills is gonna clip that out of context.
Yeah.
By the way, I have barely interactions of seeing her, so I can't put her on a futures waifus list. No, totally not a waifus list that's coming out in next month.
Alright, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? Ninja, here's one waifu. Marita Cruz.
No!
What do you mean no?
I don't...
Best pilot in all of Unicorn. Fight
yeah, all of Unicorn, yes, but I still... no...
Fight me.
Yeah, okay, I understand. I can concede on that, but not on my list. She doesn't make the cut. But anyway,
let me post this really quick, because when I had to do it when we start doing this.
Okay.
Oh no.
When we started your topic, just because.
What is this? Like,
Look at the file name.
Ninjato explains his dislike at Char's counterattack ending. Hello there! Hello? The Holy Ninjato, the Gundam critique. Charmed, I'm sure. I'm going to invite you to a show, but first, allow me to destroy your movie gallery.
oh no!
F91.
Okay.
Bullshit. F91. I don't know, I guess... Oh, Unicorn was technically an OVA, but wanna... Bullshit. F91. Derivative.
Oh!
I love that! That's Hathaway's Flash. I want it!
Yes! Hathaway's Flash is the best Gundam movie. I agree with that.
Before you two fight, let me set. Okay, guys, I got the cage arena ready. You two may go at it now.
No, I am just saying that like Marina Cruz does not make my list. That's it. Okay, so we can move. We can move on to just talk about some other fun stuff from Char's Counterattack. Like how the Federation seems to have most of its people are in like in terms of like the London Bell, everyone's life is put together. Too bad Char had to drop a colony and most of them died. Well, drop an asteroid. Most of them died trying to prevent the second one. Oh, by the way, F for Tibet.
Yeah.
So it's clear that Char is a loves communist China.
Well, if we're gonna,
It's like free Tibet. I will free Tibet of their lives.
also, Ninja, if we're making remarks against the Chinese government, well, then there's a button for that.
So, welcome to the abyss. Road trip.
Alright, button's been pressed.
Yeah, China is failure.
Oh, god damn it, now I gotta press that button. Give me a second.
Failure.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I really enjoy the interaction. I did enjoy Chan before Hathaway killed her. Because of quests. I really don't like quests. Like, if we ever do Elite, our most hated waifu list, like the waifus that we hate, that make us go, why did you put her on your waifu list? She's on the list.
Yeah, quest sucks.
Yeah, quest just sucks. Like,
I'm gonna kill my dad.
Oh yeah, she killed her dad.
oh yeah, she
That's
did.
right, she killed her dad.
And you won't teach me how to be a pilot, so I'm gonna go with this blonde hair guy. 'Cause reasons.
Well, I think the implication, because of the implication.
The implication. So you are gonna murder me.
Is that he shot down the bridge, but he didn't know it was on the bridge until it was too late. When after she killed her father, she got the brain spasms.
Yeah, after the new type backlash.
War's not a game, kiddies.
It's I just like it that she just didn't know that it was her father because she is that arrogant bitch.
Oh no, it's funny. Yeah, it's like no, I understand how funny that is.
She was, I'm gonna...
Like like, let's be honest. She didn't care for her father to begin with. It's just that.
Well, because her father wasn't the new type.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
And also,
My dad is of the inferior race. We new types of the new Unex.
He's a normal.
So,
yes, a normal. Well, not just a Norma. She wouldn't say normal. She would go Norma. He's a Norma. We should send him to fight the dragons.
He's a normie.
oh my god. Can't believe you just made a cross-edge reference.
To be fair, I'm the one who's made that suggestion initially.
Like, come on, let's be honest. Like, she would like hook if Cross Edge was happening in the same universe, and if the events was happening going on in Char's Counterattack, she would join Embryo hook, line, and sinker.
I don't want to watch Cross Edge.
Yeah, but
Anyway,
Any other
so-
thoughts on Char's Counterattack?
it's a good movie, and it's a good chapter. I do want to read the manga version of.
It's a novel.
Well, they made a manga adaptation.
They did?
Yep.
Let me look this up. Torchica's Children manga. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 7 volumes. Oh, wow. Okay. So, I guess there's that. And then...
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. Wait, does the manga have the new Gundam or the high new?
I assume it's based on the book, so it's gonna have the high new.
Ah.
Yeah. So.
Which I think is cooler than the new Gundam, but the new Gundam is still cool. Not to bash on...
I like the new Gundam,
No.
plus the new Gundam technically is incomplete.
Yeah,
I was-
you can tell that it's incomplete. How? It doesn't have colors other than black. Black on white.
I prefer the double fin funnel version of the high new Gundam, just because symmetry.
Oh yeah, there's a version of the new Gundam. They just basically put fin funnels on both sides.
Yeah, but it doesn't have it. I thought only thing it doesn't have a beam saber. I think.
So, black and white is the standard factory colors of the black and white is the standard factory colors of a lot of Anaheim ships. There's because when kind of started around the time when Char and his boys took the Gundam Mark II, and then he had the decision. Okay, we'll liberate this craft. We'll liberate this craft from the Titans, and then we'll liberate this craft from the Titans and get our let my young autistic boy drive it.
I'm gonna let my autistic boy drive it.
So it's like he made it a proper, in his words, a proper Gundam by adding white to it. From its all navy blue frame.
Yeah, that's cool. Like, I don't mind the lack of color. Like, The new Gundam is cool already. It doesn't really need the classic Gundam colors, unlike a certain other.
Allow me to destroy your collection. New Gundam. Unicorn. Bullshit. Phoenix. Bullshit. New Gundam. Derivative. That! I want it! That's just a banshee. It's just a black unicorn. I want it!
I don't like the aesthetic in general of Unicorn Gundams. At least the original, like the Gundams, the mechs that were introduced in Unicorn, not like the Briand Custom, which is like more classic looking. I'm talking about the brand new ones. It kind of clashed with the rest of Universal Century stuff.
I mean, technology marches on.
I will say this.
Also,
I will say this though. How the hell can Char fight in the damn Nightingale? That thing looks like it can't move for shit.
Don't use it under gravity.
Well, it's like I think the implication is I think the whole thing. The point there is that Char knows he's not going to use this thing in the atmosphere, so it's like that's why if you look at the Nightingale, it doesn't have knees.
Oh, it doesn't even have knees.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Hold on.
also,
Hold on, I'm gonna show the chat here the Nightingale. Like you look at this and you're telling me that he's gonna fight the High New Gundam with this thing. Like,
no wonder he lost.
it's like,
now,
well, good luck.
well, a couple of things.
There we go.
One-
Here's a Nightingale or chat. And then I'll.
Are you guys comment? Are you really gonna bring in the lore thing?
No, I was saying one. The Phoenix Gundam is blinging.
Phoenix Gundam? I don't like the Phoenix Gundam.
Yeah,
I was trying to make a joke of, blinging gold. It's all gold.
Ah.
So it's like the Phoenix is more gaudy than the Yakishiki is.
Yeah.
yeah. The green does not help. It makes it.
Wait. Why are you making
I'm
green?
also gonna
What?
pull up the High
Also-
New Gundam for chat.
So, question: why they put that piece in front of the Nightingale like that?
Oh.
Plate? I don't know.
I mean, it's okay. Char, are you compensating for something? I mean, I know you probably got inferior complex when it comes to Armoro.
Well, Char's got a bunch. Well, it's not really.
He got a Lala issue. Like he
Char,
loves.
So that's kind of another thing we didn't. Did you mention this?
No. I immediately went to the ending. So because I actually was waiting until you come back.
Yeah. So Char has mommy issues.
Yeah.
What are you saying? In Super Robot Wars, I
got both the Nightingale and High New Gundam pulled up for chat. You're telling me that this thing is gonna stand a chance against the High New Gundam? Like the best Char, looks like based on the best Char can do is just keep his damn distance away and just start blasting.
What you can do.
Don't get close to that thing. It's gonna obliterate you, Char.
I'm trying to mention that in Super Robot Wars, I forgot which character he mentioned this to.
Mm-hmm.
But he mentioned you have mommy-like qualities.
Oh yeah, it's like.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Super Robot Wars 30.
Oh, the original female, Mitsuba.
The captain.
Oh, no.
The captain. Yeah.
Yeah, Mitsuba. Oh. I need to pull up my list now. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Char, you can't just project your mommy issues on every woman you see.
Yeah, like, well, it's not just it's not mommy issue. It's also a Lala issue because, like, clearly Lala.
No, but it's like when he's talking, when like in his last moments to Amuro, when he's gonna become new type spirit bullshit or whatever, it's like you killed Lala soon. She could have been like a mother to me, and Amuro's last word is just literally, what the fuck are you talking about?
My thing, like, Char, I think you may have a certain complex, a certain complex going on. You might want to get help.
Well, yeah. Well, let's list of all the things he needs help from. Like, he willingly takes Quest, a crazy girl, to train her in her new type abilities to use in war, to drop a second asteroid on Earth after dropping one asteroid. You would think that one is enough, but no, he needs to drop a second one. and then he has this beautiful woman, which Tamino explicitly designed to be the most beautiful, like, everything's Char's type. Like, he purposely created a woman for him. And he's like, no. Not her. I need to be. Lala is important to me. Lala, and it has got to the point where everyone in Neo Zeon knows this.
Remember when Quest pressed the Lala button? Just Char, are you just using me to replace Lala? Everyone's like, oh shit! Like literally everyone in the room turned her head. Literally everyone turned her like, oh shit! She pressed the Lala button.
You pressed the Lala button.
Well, okay, so Char lost his mommy GF. He lost his autistic little brother. He lost his entire family with the AU in the grips. It's like Char just never has Char never has a best day when he wants it.
Yeah.
So I just thought of something.
And the only person who is close to him, who would understand him, he hates his guts. He wants to kill him at the top of his game. Thus, that's why he gave plans for the new Gundam to be built in the first place.
So I just thought of something.
Mm-hmm.
So doesn't mean Char has a MILF kink?
Yes.
Yes.
I think even Nanai is older than him.
Oof.
Yeah, so it's like Char just likes older. And Char likes older women. It might come from a complex. Might just be something natural.
I don't know. When your last words is dying is saying you killed my potential girlfriend. She could have been like a mommy to me. It's like, I don't know. That sounds like a mommy complex to me.
That's not like a record scratch moment. It's like imagine in the middle of battle, he said that over open comms and everybody just stops. It's like a record scratch and everybody just stops.
The rocket still hits, so people still die from it. But they're just everyone is like,
no. Even Axis stops. It'd be like everybody's like, what the fuck?
I mean, technically, Axis stopped. like Char's last words, "I have mommy issues," and then immediately after that, they push Axis back.
No, I mean like one of those. I mean like comedic modes, like everything just pops up. Yeah, like, and the Jenkins and the New Zeon and the Federation look at each other, and Federation like, you do know? Yes. Just keep fighting.
Wait, okay. So before we move on, I do need to know, just because we're on this, whatever happened to Char's original mom? Like, did she die when he was young? Or?
It's presumed. So the thing about Char you kind of know less about his backstory unless you count the origin, which I don't.
Who counts the Maybe we should watch the origins just to laugh at it. It's just one of those laugh at it. Oh,
the origin isn't bad. It's just there's a lot of revisionism that I just don't like about it.
Okay, Megatron shot at me because I suggested to watch another bad anime. Apparently, because Megatron has no sense of fun.
What was that?
So,
I'm busy in Ireland. Call me when you're out of Ireland.
Char was only ever raised by. Char was raised by his father, and his father wasn't with. Like, his father wasn't raised. He didn't raise him half the time because he was operating governing the colony.
So essentially, he never grew up. He never grew up with a mom. You're saying?
No. So basically, he had to spend his. Yeah, he had to actually mature himself because he had to take care of Sailor.
So no wonder he has mommy issues. He didn't. He grew up without a mother. The only positive in his life is that his father was in Gendo, and that's a low bar.
Well, I think anyone can pass the bar that Evangelion set up of terrible fathers.
Yeah.
I just got back from eating. I just got done eating. That's why I was silent because I muted myself.
Okay.
Are we talking what Tamino meant by that line of "Lala Kobe and mother to me"?
Yes.
No, we're just making fun of Char right now and like exploring his mental issues. We just found out that apparently Char grew up without a mother.
So yeah, that perfectly explains his mommy issues.
Yeah.
Okay. My editor is dying to know, in Char's Counterattack, what are the meaning of Char's last words to Amino? Laughs. Tamino laughs. Women can't understand that line. To Toshi. Toshi. How'd it go again? Char. Lala could have been my mother. Amuro. Huh? Tamino. It's a very nuanced thing. The power of a boy-child sort of nuzzling up to his mother, wanting to be doted upon. The boy-child's feelings of wanting to be enveloped by the mothering instinct, without unconditional love.
So Char has mommy issues.
That's just Char has mommy issues.
Yeah.
Like this is just straight. Wait, is this actually straight from Tamino himself?
Yeah.
Well, you know,
So basically,
Tamino himself has just stated, yeah, Char has mommy issues. Like,
Tamino says the most complicated way of saying yes, Char has mommy issues.
well, I mean, if Tamino, like that's kind of the thing I've been learning about Tom. Like, if he wants to be simple and straightforward, he'll do it. Like, just like, why'd you design a Nai like that? Well, you see, I designed her specifically in a way in my mind to go, I wonder what type of woman would a Char Astable have the best sex in his life with. It's like, oh, Tamino, you have a way with words.
Yeah. I'm not looking for. Tamino is such a great man. Is he up there in years?
He is kind of old, but he's still doing stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Hold on.
We may have a few more years with him.
Okay, hold on.
On God's green earth.
I'm looking something out. Okay, so Yoshiyuki Tamino, 80 years old, and he's still going strong. Damn.
Good. Yeah. But But anyway, my review: Char's Counterattack. It's a good movie. I may read Bell
Torchka's children.
Amuro's actual wife, actual family's manga.
Oh yeah, can we actually end this off with what's not revealed? How reason why Amuro has a harem is because Tamino got lazy. That's one of the funniest things you've ever told me. Now it's just like the reason why Amuro has a harem is because Tamino's like, I'm too lazy to keep trying the same woman.
And then also, sorry, not.
Well, I was just gonna say, yeah, that just boils down to it. It's like,
It does actually have me a little bit of an annoying nitpick when it comes to these futuristic settings. Like, I'm sorry, given like how society progressed in terms of our certain ethics involving sexuality. Like, you're in the future. Why is polygamy is not a thing in the future?
Well, polygamy never goes right. Hey, Matchstick's in the chat.
Yeah, I know polygamy never goes right. Like, look, the book that I have in my hands, it's the Bible. Guess what the first book of the Bible is full of?
You mean wait, are you saying Genesis is just full of God saying, why the fuck are you guys doing polygamy?
No, it's actually because God did not. It's basically showing, not telling. God does not tell. When it comes to polygamy, you see the bad results of polygamy by actually reading it. How horrible.
So you're saying the Book of Genesis is just basically filled with God saying, you see this shit, Noah? You see this shit? This is why polygamy doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, after the flood, like starting in 12, starting with Abraham, you see
Abraham,
a lot of the conflicts in the founders of the people of Israel. The common problem they all have is the result of them having polygamous marriages.
Do you see this shit, Abraham? Do you see what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
Also, I just found a nice pic between Char and his mother.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Hold on. Let me show this. Here we go.
Chad, it's Lala.
Why'd you have to spoil it? Let them soak it in for themselves. It's
Lala.
There you go. Char and his mommy GF.
Yes. His mommy.
Matchstick says, are they Mormon? Well, the Mormons are a completely unique breed of Christians, so...
Yeah.
Joseph Smith had an idea. Dum 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 dum
Dum dum dum dum.
Yeah. Let's talk about... But...
Race almost such a chat.
Off topic.
Uh-huh.
Have you seen the Book of Mormon?
No, I need to though.
You gotta check it out. It's actually really good.
Okay. I mean, it is the creators of South Park, so... Ray says Amuro's such a chat, he get the dead chicks. No. No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it hurts, but yeah.
Yeah. Racist. Char wants a little. Oh, pussy. Oh my god. Oh my god, Race. Jesus Christ.
We get to make fun of Char. Char has the ball. Like, he's a great character, but man.
Char
You
has
got-
a lot of issues.
A lot, just a lot.
That's a recurring trend in Gundam. Just like, man, these guys have so many issues going on. Like,
Yeah, you can't be a Gundam protagonist
Like,
without having a few screws loose.
like, okay, so like before we move on to my subject, like I'm watching Gundam 00 at the moment, and like the episodes I've seen so far, like, Jesus, everyone has so many goddamn issues, except Lock-On. Lock-On's cool. Lock-On's my favorite character so far.
And Tira is apparently a very
Tira's an
good-
asshole. Oh, like I got to the part where Tira has to show the Gundam Natalie, and then like after Natalie kicks the Human Reform League's asses, as Tira just breaks down, so I'm like, no, I showed Natalie, I wasn't ready.
Also, I found these images.
Uh-oh.
Are you
Oh
posting,
no.
Are you posting more stuff about Char's mommy issues?
Yes.
Not necessarily the mommy issues.
They're just pictures of Char and Lala.
I think these are official, by the way, from some sort of
I think-
cartoon I don't know about.
It's probably the SD stuff.
Probably.
Okay, okay, hold on. I'm gonna show this one because I'm gonna show.
These are.
Hold on, let me show this one because Char's face in this is. Hold on, I'm gonna show this one because Char's face in this one is priceless. Hold on, let me
Which one?
the one that's called Char Panics.
Oh yeah.
Like, look at this face, just. Ah!
But then if you look at the bottom, you see like. And we get a panty shot too. So.
Ah. Jesus Christ, the physics like on Lala. What is that face, Char? Hold on. Alright.
It's like.
That's the face you make when you know that you are never going to have kids.
Alright, here we go. Fair warning, this is a panty shot, but look at Char's face though. Hold on, here. Let me drag out the Nightingale. It's gonna be our censor bar. Nightingale, please. I'm begging you, Nightingale, work with me.
I love it how we're just evolving into sharing Char and Lala memes. Images.
Okay, here we go. I'm clicking the wrong damn thing. Okay, there we go. Nightingale, censor that. Look at Char's face though. Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright, let me get this out of the way. Alright. So I think we're not. I think at this point, yeah, we're probably done talking about Char's counterattack.
Oh, okay. So not just pose it. Oh, it's a gag manga.
Ah, okay. Okay. Mobile Suit Gundam-san. Alright. Ray says, what's with Lala's foot? Fetish shit. That's
Come on, this is Japan. We all know. As soon as you question something, just put in. The answer is usually a fetish.
yeah,
Just say someone.
fetish shit.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, like why is there an armpit shot? Fetish.
Yeah, fetish shit. Alright. Also, just real quick before we move on, I noticed we had an increase in viewers the minute we started showing those pictures. So apparently Gundam talk is boring, but then the minute we start talking about Char's mommy issues, that gets people's attention.
Yes. Of course. Never underestimate people's horny levels.
Ray says 2 bombs weren't enough. No, Ray, the bombs exacerbated the current problem.
Yeah, we created the Godzilla.
Matchstick says, I don't know about the rest, but Ninjato is a lot louder than Chang's, and it's bugging the hell out of me. Okay. I could turn down Ninjato's volume on my end. Let's go with 100.
Wait, you had me over 100?
Well, because your previous mic, at least for me, wasn't too loud. Okay, here, 130, how about that? Say something.
Oh, no. You set it at 100 because I am actually using a condenser mic. You know what a condenser mic does?
Okay.
It's an actual mic dedicated... I have a dedicated microphone now.
Here.
Not a gaming headset.
Here, 120. That should be fair. It's not too loud, but not too soft. So, there we go. Hopefully that should fix the problem, Matchstick. Okay. So, we spent like an hour just talking about Char's counterattack. So there is that. Okay, so now... But Char's counterattack does lead directly into what I'm gonna talk about. So now we can talk about...
Before we do that, there is something I gotta ask really quick.
Okay.
So I got a request from a friend of mine, Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
He wants at least like a audio recording or a video of me saying a line.
Okay.
And maybe like we could like just clip that and I could send it to him.
Okay.
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 Chelsea,
I'll do
listening.
a couple. Yeah, I'll do a couple versions of this. And it's just a simple line. I don't know what he's gonna do with it.
Uh-huh.
But here we go. Okay. Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Oh, we got gay Uncle Alfred here.
Actually, that was supposed to be Megatron.
This is a gay Uncle Alfred. Thanks for playing. See you next season.
All right.
Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Daddy, I need the duty milk.
Oh yeah, sucky clown.
Oh, great.
Have to do it.
All right. I am
playing. See you next season.
All right. I'm joining Hathaway's terrorist organization now.
Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Thanks for playing. See you next season.
All right. I'm with Nafty now.
Yeah, I think that should be good enough. You can use whatever one of those.
Okay. All right. I'll just make a note to myself around hour 54 mark is when we start doing this stuff, and then we clip it.
I think Chelsea clipped it.
Chelsea did clip it.
I don't know. I don't know if she did. She hasn't said anything or posted anything yet. I hope she was listening to do that.
If not, I'll just go back through the stream and clip it myself. Okay, so Hathaway's Flash. All right, so this is a Gundam movie that takes place directly after Char's counterattack. Well, not directly after, but yes and no. Is that because there is a significant gap of years between Char's counterattack and Hathaway's Flash, not only in production but also in the story. Like, Char's counterattack came out what year?
88.
Yeah.
88. And then Hathaway's Flash was last year. So yeah, so there's been a significant amount of time in production, but also there's just also in story, there's also been a significant amount of time passed between Hathaway's Flash and Char's counterattack. Like, I think if I remember correctly, they said that it's been like...
So Char's counterattack is 93. And is UC 93, and Hathaway Slash is UC Flash.
Okay.
Wait, UC 95?
UC 105.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay. Look,
12 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been 12 years. Okay, so it's been 12 years since Char's Counterattack, and then now it's Hathaway's Flash. So,
Okay, Chelsea got the clip, but there was background music.
Oh, he doesn't want the music?
Do it later.
I don't know.
We'll do it later.
We'll do it later. We'll do it like towards the end. So there's that.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So then, last year, Hathaway's Flash the movie came out. Now Hathaway's Flash is actually kind of a big deal because it's been a while since Bandai has done anything that's done like a Universal Century Gundam, because for a while they've been focusing more on, alternate like universe timeline stuff.
And I'm counting Unicorn as one of the alternate universes.
Unicorn is that weird thing where it's technically canon to UC, but no one likes to talk about it, including in the context of UC. Like there's throughout the movie of Hathaway's Flash, they're calling Mafty, the spiritual successor, or like the return of Char Aznable, and then like if unicorns can, you will go like, so what about Full Frontal? Who?
Because let's be honest, like Unicorn was made after the core canon of the Universal Century.
So Hathaway's Flash was written 89. So not too long from Char's Counterattack, and Unicorn was the mid 90s. So Hathaway's came first.
Yeah, and you know what else was happened in the midnight? Like by the time in the mid 90s, we already finished Victory. We already had F91. We had Crossbone. So pretty much the UC Gundam ended in the mid 90s.
Yeah, you could say that. So, but alright, so this is Hathaway's Flash. So, Hathaway's Flash was originally a novel that was written by, the man himself, Tamino, and it's starring, our favorite terrorist, Hathaway. That's right, the boy who simped for crazy bitch quests in Char's Counterattack is now our protagonist, and he's committing terrorist acts against the Federation, because the Federation fucking sucks. Like if Char's Counterattack didn't hit home the point that the Federation is just a terrible government, this movie goes out of its way to show you, the Federation's terrible. If people are always saying like Zeon did nothing wrong and stuff, like the Federation's evil and all that, it's like both suck. Both suck.
Both suck.
The Federation are a bunch of oppressive assholes that oppress the space noids and stuff. So Zeon does have a point there, but at the same time, Zeon also sucks because they don't actually believe in what they're fucking saying. They just wanna kill everyone on Earth.
Let's be honest.
Zeon is filled with shitty. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like, let's be honest. Every time one group of colonies decides to make an empire, like immediately the worst people gets in charge, and then immediately they want to nuke Earth.
Yeah.
Like that's always a common thing. It's like, okay, even if First it was Xeon. Everyone knows about Xeon, but then in F91 we had the Cosmos Babylonia, and they are all about like reestablishing aristocracy and stuff. So what do? Death exploding frisbees.
We're gonna.
Hey, Charlie's watching.
Oh, nice.
Yay!
How you doing, Charlie?
Yeah, and you know what they're planning to do with the exploding frisbees? Send them to Earth, of course, and then Cosmos Babylonia gets taken care of. Then we got Jupiter. Oh, you think just like a people who are surviving on the frontier would learn not to screw with Earth? No, in fact, they want to nuke the planet. Literally nuke it. And if when that failed, they make a colony laser.
Yeah, so okay, but that was kind of we kind of went on a tangent there. But basically, long story short, if you didn't already know that the Federation sucks, this movie goes out of ways to show you. Yeah, the Federation sucks. Don't. God, living under the Federation must be hell. Especially in the context of this movie, considering what happens, like, oof. So Hathaway was originally a movie, and then this is the first you see like stuff in a while that Sunrise and Bandai have done for Gundam. And so originally this movie was going to be released in theaters. I think it was released in at least Japanese theaters. But then, but then last year, well, let's just say, people were still staying in home for a reason. So they decided, well, they release Hathaway for the rest of the world on Netflix. And so that's how we watch Hathaway's Flash. I mean, you can use the Yoho sailing sites to watch Hathaway, or you can watch it on Netflix, But so this is like the first UC movie in a while, and so Hathaway adapts the novel. It is directed by Shuko Murase. I think that's how you say his name. And yeah. And what's interesting about this guy is he's actually known to work on Gundam for quite a bit. Like he was the animation director for F91. He also worked a bit on Gundam Wing for character designs. So he's involved with Gundam. So like he knows his stuff when it comes to Gundam. At least he's been involved in it. But if people don't recognize his work for Gundam, the most recognizable thing that this guy has directed outside of Gundam, that as far as I can tell, like it's one of his more popular works, is Genocidal Organ. I have not seen that. I don't know anything about it, but that's apparently a popular thing that this guy's known for. And so now he's directing this movie, Hathaway's Flash. And so let's get some of the surface stuff out of the way before we dig into like the plot and characters and all that. So one, yes, this movie does have CG mecha, but it's actually pretty good. Matchstick says it has genocide in the title. Dude's perfect for Gundam. Ha!
Hey.
Also, Matchstick says Federations are assholes, but Xeon is straight up willing to commit a genocide. This coming from a person who's only seen OG and 40 episodes of Zeta. Wow, 40 episodes in. Nice. But yeah, so this movie does have CGI 3D mecha animation, but it's actually pretty good. It's that kind of CG where you can recognize it as, yeah, that does stand out from the 2D animation, but at the same time, it still blends in well enough to fit, what they're doing. Like it's actually pretty good CG mecha. Like there's some scenes like where it's CG mecha, but like it's really good. Like okay, well, like this is like a really underrated moment from the movie, in my opinion. But one scene I really did enjoy, that like made me go, yeah, this is pretty damn good CGI. It's the scene where Hathaway's walking around in the town, and then that Jigen, like that's all dressed up like a police car, comes down and starts walking around on like stomping on the streets. Like that was really good, in my opinion. Like that was like it was like such an underrated subtle thing that no one's probably not gonna talk about, because that's not the main, you know, focus. But like that was like a really good scene. Like I just went like, see, that's how you do good CGI mecha animation right there, and blended well with 2D. So, but
I think what I love the most about that scene, just to talk quick about it, is even when a battle is not happening, mobile suits are outfitted with normal ordnance, normal emergency ordnance. So it's like the same Vegan. It has a gun nest near the crotch region, and it's so like someone was using it as a perch to spray out some fires. And like you know, like the books go, like some of the books go into this, where just when power is out, it's like when power is out, a Jigen would be there. Like when the light, it's like when the power is out and traffic needs to be directed. There's a Jigen is deployed out there just to make sure that there's no terroristic actions, and B, just to be a placer there to help direct traffic.
Do they ever? Okay, so say you know about them. Do they ever like use a Jigen like as like a backup generator for cases like that? Like, the power's out on this city block. Send a Jigen to be, you know, power up that block until we get that generator or whatever working again.
Yes, some mobile suits have been often used as backup generators.
See, subtle details like that, like I really love that shit. Like that's, like it helps, you know, I guess, give life to the world. Like it shows how, you know, like in this world, like not only are they, you know, meant to be, you know, giant walking weapons, but they can also be used for, you know, other stuff.
One thing's, I saw a scene on YouTube of that Jigen used for police riot duty. One thing I like that they put rubbers on the feet, and the Jigen looked clumsy as they try to do a role that it wasn't meant to do.
Yeah, just like that's that one scene alone. Like it's underrated, but like it really shows like a lot of attention to detail that these people put into making this movie.
You know, I just realized something. The road workers will never lose a job, because with all these mobile suits walking around, the roads are already messed up in some way.
Huh. I mean, based on what I was saying, like those roads must be made out of some really damn strong material, or something. Otherwise, you know, just a Jigen walking around like that, it would just tear up the road.
Yeah, and also remember what happened in the big battle in the middle of the movie.
Well, we'll get to
they
that.
Got plenty of jobs. They got plenty of jobs rebuilding.
Well, we'll get to that part when we'll get there when we get there. No, but I'll get to that part. But I'm gushing about just this one really short, underrated scene. But like it really just shows like, yes, you can do really good CGI mecha animation. Like people give 3D anime a bad rep, and it's like it really honestly depends on how you use it. Like yes, CG for the most part is used to cut corners. You know, like that's a given. Like every time they use CG, like 99% of the time is because they want to save money, because animation is expensive. And so,
yeah, and that's the thing. Anime has always been about cutting corners.
well, true, but that hasn't stopped him. And but so like, is using CGI, you know, again, 99% of the time, there to cut corners. But then, if you implement it really well, like it did in this movie, like it really does like show you that 3D animation is a pretty good thing. Like it can be used really well. If Ninja, like if Get a Robo Arc had the same quality of CGI animation that this movie had, like I think more people would watch that show like even more.
I don't know. At this point I doubt it, because I'm kind of noticing the thing. So like this is like a side topic, but honestly, I think people this is probably like a topic for another time, but it's like mecha as a genre right now has a weird problem where what the expectation for a mecha is not super robots. They don't want, like, right now people are not trained to want super robots. They want a Gundam like show with super robot element.
Oh, then just make Get a Robo, just adapt Get a Robo Go then.
It's hard to actually quantify what people want when it comes to mecha, because like we've been in a drought for years, because there hasn't been anything there hasn't really been a watershed series that you can point to and be like, yeah, that is exactly what a lot of people is looking for. I mean, Ad Nor Zero.
Last one that I know that people wanted, the most recent, other than any Gundam show, is Code Geass.
Well, Code Geass itself is just really popular. First of all, like that's already like a really popular franchise of its own.
Well, yeah, but that's my point. There hasn't been another mecha since that is not a Gundam.
Okay. I don't know.
But anyway, but don't want to be a down. I don't want to be a downer. Well, but let's talk more about how awesome Hathaway's Flash is.
Yeah, so like surface level stuff, like in general, like again, like the animation, CGI, but it's pretty damn good. So then we get into and then also like the 2D animation itself. Before I've been focusing so much on the 3D animation, I didn't talk about the 2D animation aspect of the 2D animation itself is actually also really good, and the character designs I do enjoy. I will say Hathaway's model really sticks out from the rest of the bunch. I don't know for sure if I made up my mind if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Like it's because Hathaway is obviously using, you know, the type of art, you know, from the older, you know, Gundam stuff. He looks more like the old Gundam shows and movies, but then everyone else looks a little more modern, I guess. So I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but he does stick out compared to the rest of the bunch. But then other than that, like it's like the models are all on point, and then so like for the 2D animation, and like the action, obviously the action when the characters are in action, it's pretty good. But there's also, you notice throughout the movie, there's also a lot of focus on very subtle motions when it comes to the 2D animation. Like there's a lot of really subtle moments there, like from like simple like like movements of the fingers to like hair flow, like really subtle detail shit. Like just like you didn't have to go that far, but they did, and it really pays off. Like this movie looks phenomenal, in my opinion. I think like if this is the way they're going forward for like Gundam movies, at least, then I'm all for it. Like this movie looks great, and I think if the appearance doesn't, if like the story doesn't say, I think the animation and appearance will. Like it's I'm repeating myself, but just. Again, I feel like I can't stress enough that this movie looks amazing, and they also apparently redesigned some of the mobile suits, like especially considering the big change between like some of the how the Kasai Gundam looks in the movie, and especially the Penelope. Like I think here, I'm gonna pull up Kasai Gundam comparison image.
Like the thing about differences in mobile suits at this point, it just comes down to, do you like Toki? If no, you're probably not going to be a fan of the mobile suits, because it has a lot of his design, a lot of his a lot of his touches on it.
I don't mind Katoki. I don't think, if you don't like Katoki's designs, that's a shame, in my opinion. But that's your opinion. But like people just simply writing off Katoki designs as just like oh, this is a Katoki design. God, those fur cockpits are ugly. Katoki should have never touched Gundams. Like, I don't agree with that opinion.
Leave my Wing Zero custom alone.
Like, here, let me see if I can pull up this. God damn it, I gotta convert it to a JPEG. Alright, hold on. Give me... God damn it, give me a minute. I gotta convert this to a JPEG.
But seriously, what's wrong with it? So people are hating on Kentucky?
Yeah, like... Then again, social media is absolute cancer.
Tell me about it.
Let's just be honest. Like there is like a lot of elements of like the mecha fans doesn't know what they want for designs.
Off topic again, but I found more of that Mobile Suit Gundam San stuff.
What?
Oh my goodness. What are you...
there.
There
SGD got it.
Oh shit. The conversion just finished. I'm downloading into PNG right now. Damn it. Okay. But, alright, so let me show you guys this comparison image of like the...
Oh my goodness. The removal of color is actually drastic in the anime version.
Oh yeah, like, they made the Kasai Gundam like... Wait, Ninjato, I just realized something. The Kasai is predominantly white.
Yes, but here's the difference between this and Unicorn. So Unicorn, the colors actually, one thing, highlight makes it like cooler, but also the overall aesthetic doesn't look like, it's like a base Gundam model. that we just throw random crap at, that we just tweaked it a bit. It doesn't look like, oh yeah, we remember this old Gundam? Yeah, we just made it white, and we added an underlayer of cycle frame to make it look unique. And have this stupid transforming gimmick that, the more you think about it, the more it makes no sense. Less sense, unless the whole gimmick makes... Sorry, like, the only way you can make the gimmick work is by literally having all your regular GMs be unicorns. Like, all the helmets of, like, of the Federation is just the unicorn helmet, so the gimmick would make sense. Otherwise, people would know that it's the unicorn Gundam.
Well,
anyway, but that's not the point. And then, like, the whole idea of, like, the Psy, it just looks scary. It looks like a ghost. Like a floating ghost. The way it flies is like its arms are like right in front of them, much like I'm a ghost.
Well,
I'm the ghost of Gundam.
Minovsky flight stuff going on.
Yeah, it's the Minovsky flight stuff helps it a lot with the design. Like comparing it, like the Kotoki design that has the blue, it looks good, but I actually kind of like the anime look a bit better.
I overall do prefer the anime aesthetic, not really for the colors, but more just the overall design. Yeah. That's what I'm like. Colors is just one aspect of a design. You know what it is? It looks monstrous.
Oh yeah, it does. It looks
which fits
or as Micah would say, it looks mean.
Yeah, it looks mean, which is fitting for a mobile suit of its size. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the Penelope Gundam on stream. So this is the Penelope Gundam. Like okay, one thing you'll notice right away, the Penelope Gundam has this big like gooseneck thing on top of it. Like there's no denying that. It looks like it put like a bird on top of the Gundam, which I mean, kinda. I don't know if it makes sense, but it kinda, like the Penelope still. Okay, I pulled up a comparison with like original artwork. Like the overall, like I will say I do prefer the Penelope's aesthetic more from like the original like novelization, because the original art for the Penelope looked kind of more monstrous, like the Kasai. Like here, I'm gonna post this in the background.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I think I like the anime aesthetic better.
Really? I prefer.
Yeah, because okay, so here's the thing: it's like the idea of the Penelope, right, is supposed to be the Federation mobile suit test thing. So it making it look more heroic makes a lot of sense, and I think also the more darker or like more contrast on the coloring is a lot better than the original. It does look a little bit washed out, while the anime is a lot more richer in its color scheme.
I will agree with you on color scheme. I can't agree with you. Are we gonna say comment?
Also, I will just mention also the Penelope. That armor is like the flight armor stuff is like an add-on too.
Yeah, right. It's the Odysseus Gundam combined with the Penelope unit.
Yeah, and based on it, I could see on the anime it looks like it is a Gundam with a flight suit on top, while the one from the novel looks like it's one big piece. even though it's
I
not.
would say overall though I prefer the novels design more. Is for one reason really is how the Penelope Gundam moves in the movie. Like when the Penelope Gundam flies around, it doesn't, at least to me, it doesn't move around like a normal Gundam. It flies around like some like this winged beast animal thing, like with like the tail going on and all that. Like it looks like this bestial thing flying around that the Federation has created. So like combined with the novel's aesthetic, I think it complements that kind of movement a little more. But that's just me. I do still like the Penelope's design in the movie. So I'm gonna take these down.
I like that little extra support behind his legs. That support is this help support his weight.
Yeah, that's. No, apparently they redesigned the Gustav Karl, but like the redesign is like I don't really see much difference besides color. I think it's got to be like some really subtle difference.
It's still big and chunky.
Well, I mean,
all the mobile suits are big and chunky.
I mean the Gustav Karl compared to the Gustav Karl design they used for this is clearly more in line with what they used in Unicorn. Like the original novel Gustav Karl is like a completely different animal, like design wise. But so like, but anyways, I spent all this time talking about the aesthetics and appearance of this movie. I haven't even gotten to the meat of this 2 cents yet. So Hathaway's Flash does take place after Char's counterattack, and it stars. Oh, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, I do want to mention this really quick. A bit of a fun fact: the Penelope is often referred to by two nicknames: the chicken and the Jabberwocky. The reason for the name the chicken is because of its look. Like it looks like a rooster with its head feathers up. So it's lovingly called the chicken, and then it's also called Jabberwocky because of how it flies. It flies like a mythical creature, not like a dragon, but just like an unnatural mythical creature.
Oh, sign up! I found the novel version of the Gustav Karl.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Gustav Karl's novel design is like, it is so drastically different from. Yeah, like look at that. That is so different compared to what we see.
Oh, that is different.
Like, okay, I'm gonna.
It's like
Okay, I'm gonna.
The Gustav I'm gonna make a joke. I think it's like the Gustav Karl just ate like a few too many donuts.
Like,
and now.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, for this, I'm gonna. You know what? For this, I'm gonna share my window. For this, just so it'll be easier for people to see. Okay, so let me just share my window for this, just to see the difference in design. But okay, there we go. It's sharing. Open.
Cheng, it's when you see the Gustav Karl, just say this to him: Thunder thighs are on the rise. Thunder thighs.
Alright, so first up is the Gustav Karls from the novel. Like that's a pretty unique mobile suit design. I kind of dig it. And then I'm gonna show up the Gustav Karl from Unicorn, which I'm gonna post here, and you can see it is night and day with these designs.
It kind of feel like that should have been like some armor attachment. So like Dallas Gundam, and the Gouda and the novel version should be like the under, after it eject all down.
I guess. And then I'm gonna zoom in for Hathaway's design for that Gustav Karl. Okay, I can see there is some difference between Unicorn and Hathaway, but it other than the color, like it's a really subtle redesign. Like for the most part, they look pretty similar. Like I think there's like a difference in design for the heads, but then overall the Gustav Karl, but like compared to the novel, like night and day. Like, ooh. But so that's the Gustav Karl stuff. So as to the story of this movie, here we're getting to the actual part where I talk about the content of this movie.
Chang is taking a long time to get to the actual point of the story.
Because again, like aesthetically, this movie is pretty damn great, and like plus like just comparing designs is also an interesting thing to talk about. Like like what changes they made for this movie compared to what they're adapting. And so that's aesthetic changes. So as for the story, I've never read the novels. I'm only going based solely off like stuff Not has told me, but so far the story pretty much is just straightforward from the novel, as far as I can tell. Like, are there any like subtle differences? Not.
Not really. No. Like, honestly, the movie is a 1-to-1 adaptation of the novel. I say one thing that would be different is Kenneth interrogated Grauman 2 times instead of just the long one time in which he was like, "Oh, you know where Nafty is." No, well then I'll knock you out and put you in the Penelope as punishment.
No, it's more. Never give Kenneth a chair.
Yeah, Kenneth.
Yeah, that like I was like, yeah. Before that point, I was like, yeah, I'm Team Ken. I like Kenneth.
Well, you gotta remember, Kenneth is part of the Federation.
Yeah. It was that moment. I need to talk some points. Darn it.
Yeah,
We'll get to it.
We'll get to it when we get there, Nijano. No, but so like the story. So the story is one from. Oh,
before we get into this, I have to ask, what the hell is Mosu Gundam-san? Because I find a gift like this, and now I don't know what the hell it is. What's going on?
It's a gag manga.
Oh.
It's gags.
Oh. I
okay,
don't know if I don't.
This last one.
It's just full of joke. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Okay, I don't know if I want to show this on stream.
Don't show it, okay?
Yeah,
probably not. This is
This is Japan being Japan right now with OG Gundam. And oh my goodness, why is Amuro? More table.
Oh no! No, it's another table situation. No,
I know what that's not a table. Oh no! Okay.
Is that medieval torture device where it just put you?
Yes, just stop. Okay.
What? Oh God! Damn it, Comet! I wanted innocence, but well, as much innocence I can get, because I can see this. I'm like, what the fuck? Now that I know that, I'm like, oh god, it's worse.
Nick, did you just really interrupt this conversation just to show me Amuro getting his nether regions like that?
I needed to understand what the hell I was looking at, and I still don't know.
It's a Look, it's a gag show.
Probably don't question it.
It's Japanese has a questionable sense of humor. Okay, just
you know what?
Like seriously, like remember. So you know how in America we have we are very prudish when it comes to sex.
Ninja, you know I'm partly joking, right?
I hope so, because I don't want to.
You know I'm partly joking, right?
Okay. You know, let's forget that we never saw that what you posted. Okay.
What did we post? What did I post?
Exactly.
Delete it. I don't want to see this.
What are you talking about, Ninjano? There's nothing to delete if it never existed in the first place. Look in the back room. It never existed.
Good.
I don't see it.
I don't see it. Okay,
yeah,
good.
So I don't know.
Okay, let's continue.
You've been
anyway,
this whole time.
So what's the main plot about?
Okay, so alright. So the main plot of Hathaway's Flash is Hathaway's now a terrorist because the events that transpired in Char's counterattack has deeply affected Hathaway's view on life, on the government, on the world. And let's just say Hathaway's at this point where it's not so I told Ninjano this, like it's not so much that he thinks Char's a good man, it's more that he thinks Char had a point.
Yeah, and his point, the only point he has is F the Federation, and when the Federation decided, hey, let's just start kicking people out of Earth to send them into space. Well, that's when now
Hathaway as the new moniker of Mafty. Now that's the one thing he and the Federation can agree on: kick everyone off of Earth. So
he's name so his name is Mafty Navi Aaron, with a combination of Hebrew, Gaelic, and I forgot what the third one was. I think it's so. What it translates to is the rightful heir of kings.
Oh, how pretentious!
How pretentious.
So basically, he claims himself to be the rightful heir of being king of the universe.
Basically, Hathaway's at this point where he's kinda, sorta, I guess he's trying to be some kind of messianic figure for the people of Earth. He's very deeply affected by Char's words, you know, when Char was like, you know, your souls are weighed down by gravity. And so, like, that apparently stuck, like, with Hathaway for the rest of his life. So now Hathaway is like saying, you know, humanity's souls are stuck to gravity onto Earth. We need to flee Earth. And like, cause like the Earth is like basically under the Federation, like Earth has been fucked over to back and front, like just you got 2 colonies dropped on, Lana's, and then Char dropped an asteroid on Tibet, and not to mention all those damn wars going on, like Earth at this
and then
like
and then you have essentially what happens is that Earth is slowly becoming like Coruscant in Star Wars, where the people who are living on Earth are the rich people. All the poor peasants and the middle class people are just being sent off to space.
The Federation at this point, like, they're literally just deporting people to the colonies. It's like, we're going to build a wall around Earth, and we're gonna have the colonies pay for it.
What? Do you build a space empire?
I'm going to create a wall around Earth. It's going to be the best wall that the Federation has ever seen. Truly the best.
And we're gonna start. And hear me out. We're gonna start a Gundam fight.
Ha!
Ha ha ha.
Flying sky. Ba, da, 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 da. Also
Yeah,
watch
so-
Gundam.
Yes.
And the arena is Earth, but we live on Earth. Then we move into space, and put the peasants on Earth.
That's in another scenario.
Yeah, that's a completely different universe. But just before we move on, let's be honest. Neo Mexico is peak colony design. Fight me.
Yes.
Just look up G Gundam Neo Mexico. You'll see what I mean. It is peak colony design.
I'll look for a picture.
Yeah, but
so basically, Earth is pretty much being really shitted upon by all the events that has transpired, and so Hathaway being very inspired by Char's words and actions, and seeing also for his own self, like how much the Federation has grown to be a bunch of shitbags. So now Hathaway has come to this point in his life where he feels the only way to save the people from the Federation's mistakes is to basically make
murder.
Well, not murder. Basically, he wants to force everyone, like Char. He wants to force everyone up into space because Earth sucks, and he wants to destroy the Federation.
Yeah, he wants to just kill the Federation leaders because that's...
No, that's only one part. His grand goal, though, like, throughout the movie, they do make it a point that Hathaway's goal as Mafty is his big, end point goal is make everyone move off of Earth into space.
He wants to continue Char's plan, but in his own way. It's like everyone moves off to space, the Earth gets to heal, and with Char basically to fulfill his father's philosophy that with space comes the idea, because everyone will be in space, eventually the new type will be the norm, and that wars could be a thing of the past.
Look, Najado, we're not saying that it's a smart idea.
Yeah. I know. It's just
I do have to point this out, before I go on talking about more of the plot. But throughout the movie, the movie actually does make it a point that people are straight up telling Hathaway indirectly, because they don't know he's Mafty, that his plan's kind of impossible. It's not really gonna work. There's times the scene immediately after the police Jigen walks around, which I've already
the
gushed
taxi
upon.
the taxi scene.
Yeah, the taxi scene where Hathaway's driving and he's having a conversation with the driver, and throughout the conversation, the taxi driver's telling Hathaway, you hear about this Mafty guy? He wants to move everyone up into space, and then Hathaway's he can't tell him he's Mafty, but because that will ruin everything he's planned. And so Hathaway, like it's like, I don't know, maybe Matthew's got a point, like, I mean, think about it, Earth's kind of going to shit, and a taxi driver's like, no, you got a point there, but hear me out. Do you know how fucking expensive it is to move up in space? Like, what do you mean expensive? Like, oh my god, kid, where have you been? It costs money to go into space.
Yeah,
yeah, it costs a lot more money to be on Earth.
Yeah, he's
but then that's just one point. Like, there's like throughout the movie, like people are indirectly telling Hathaway his plan's kind of impossible to reach. Like, you can't just people are indirectly telling Hathaway you can't just make people move up into space and become new types. Like,
also, there's another thing: the long-term effects of living in space.
Well,
the film never, the Gundam series never really.
Like, if Gundam really wanted to go into real robot, that they would have done what Gunbuster did and go into time dilation.
Well, I'm referring more to maybe what if the artificial gravity is not exactly, not the best, can't exactly replicate the same gravity on Earth, and we all end up.
Well, again, that's
yeah, we're going in where
that's
you're
like
kind of missing the point.
That's like if you want, again, that's if you want Gundam to be really, really real robot, like that's. I'm surprised that I think okay, this is to my limited knowledge. I think Gunbuster's the only mecha out there that really deals with time dilation as a pivotal part of its plot.
Well, because the thing about time dilation, is Gundam never moved past the Earth sphere. A lot of the colonies are near Earth. About the time of Zeta, we're about to colonize Jupiter. So it's we're not so far away from the Milky Way to start talking about the long-term effects. The long-term effects of being away from how time is different in space compared to Earth.
Oh, okay. I want to refer to time.
Incredibly mild time dilation. It's not really noticeable in our lifetimes due to the lack of gravity.
And let's be honest, even though it's real robot, it's not super real robot. So of course they're not going to go into the whole gravity thing as part of the flaws of the plans of Nafti or Char and stuff. The whole point of the movie is Hathaway in the movie was getting to the point, was kind of coming, am I just gonna go with my plan? That's literally the whole point of the movie. It's his last day, essentially the last week or so of him being Hathaway Noah, being a normal guy.
Yeah,
who has some ideas, and then the end of the movie, once he gets into the the Kasai Gundam, he becomes the terrorist, the real terrorist.
He decides to accept his new role as Mafti. So,
yeah, and we see, and
what you're saying, Comet, if Gundam never brought it up before, I highly doubt they'll ever bring it up now.
Yeah. That's the thing about Real Robot. Real Robot goes by, we're gonna ignore this until we bring it up.
What were you gonna say, Doc?
So, I think it's really the problems that Gundam does bring up about the Gundam really does bring up about space is that everything you live in an artificial world, a world that you're not, a world that is well maintained, that can be well maintained and comfortable for the people that live there, but in the end of the day, you're living in a giant cylinder. Like nothing. I think the main thing of Gundam is that nothing can replace the Earth, and that's why we have to protect it. Because future generations should deserve to live on a planet that is at the peak of its life. Because a lot of original Gundam does touch upon that idea where a lot of the because a lot of the white base crew they've never set foot on Earth before. And so in the moment they're like, oh my god, look how beautiful the mountains are. It's like what's that scary electricity out there? Is that a new Xeon weapon? No, that's thunder. It's like there's no thunder in the there's no lightning in the colonies.
Hey, no. Did it ever? I try to remember, but I think I saw it in Gundam. Did it ever show any space nodes having trouble adapting back to Earth? Like, maybe they seem to be a bit more fragile or something like that. Gotcha. I think I remember.
So I do remember a story that revolved around the African Legion. Just because the funny thing about Africa in the Universal Century is it went for a long time, a lot of Xeon in that region didn't know that the war was over. So a lot of Xeon was still considered, a lot of Africa was still considered to be Xeon territory, and the Federation didn't care. So it's like at that point in time, it was just an entire story where the battalion that was sent to Africa kind of grew mad on being on Earth, because a lot of Earth's environment just can't be controlled. There aren't daily showers that are obviously on a timer that are meant to water plants and crops and all that stuff. So they have to deal with absolutely terrible living conditions. Apart from the fact that they still believe they're during wartime, they still have that overwhelming urge that every minute they might be killed by a Fetty. So it's like Space Noids who live second, third generation Space Noids living on Earth is it's tough for them, because they have to essentially live in somewhere that they can't control.
Yeah.
The only Char's plan would have made everyone soft.
Well, no one said Char's plan was a good plan.
No, I know. I'm just,
I think that's one of the big points this movie made, because Hathaway's plan is just basically a revised version of Char's plan in general. They make it a point throughout the movie, that's your goal's not really feasible. It's kind of stupid if you think about it.
Yeah, but the whole that's not necessarily, I think, on his character arc and the main focus of the movie. The main focus of the movie is the relationships that he kind of develops.
The whole movie is just the whole movie. So all his relationships, including with Gigi, it's it's him struggling to become Mafty. It's him struggling to accept his new role, like, cause like throughout the whole, so first of all, like I gotta talk about Gigi and all those people. So we already established what Hathaway's goal is, etc. So he wants to. So in this movie, at least, Hathaway's first step into achieving his goal of terrorism is to kill a bunch of Federation government officials and elites. And so he's literally on board a plane with them to go to Earth. And if you think about it, if you really think about it, that's kind of fucking scary. No one knew that the terrorist that they were all looking out for was sitting right next to them and having a good laugh with them. Like when you think about it, that's a scary idea. Like imagine if you met this guy and you had a good laugh on the plane ride, and then you see the later that day on the news, Osama bin Laden has been found in New York. Oh shit. I just sat next to Osama bin Laden. I had a good drink with him. That's a scary thought. So Hathaway's on board with the plane with all these Federation elites, and he's obviously you're all gonna fucking die. You're all gonna die. And then he meets, this girl, Gigi. Gigi Andre, is that how you say her last name?
G. Anderson, I believe the name is.
Well, just to keep it simple, we'll just call her simply Gigi, because that is her name. Gigi. No, that is not an insult. That is literally her job.
Yeah, she plays escort.
They even made it a point in the movie, oh my god, she has a patron. Oh fuck, look at her, she's 17 years old. Is that legal? Shit, man. Oh fuck, what if we get caught? Oh, I touched her. What? Why? I didn't know she was 17. God damn it. Also, that also gives you an insight.
Yeah.
That also gives you an insight again with the Federation. The Federation, we're rich. Age is just a number.
Yeah, so essentially there was
also on the same plane ride. Also, I want to mention, also on the same plane ride, you meet Kenneth, who's the new Federation commander, who's taking in place of the previous one, because I guess they don't really go too deep into the reasons why. All we know is Kenneth is the new Federation commander. He's going to be Hathaway's big rival opponent from this point forward. And Kenneth, let's just say he makes some drastic changes to military action and how they operate. And let's just say, yeah, you could probably understand why Hathaway doesn't like the Federation. So on the same plane ride, the plane ride gets hijacked by a group of terrorists who are not Mafty, but they call themselves Mafty. And Hathaway's kind of gotta deal with that. But then you also learn that Gigi, she's no ordinary whore. She's a new type whore.
The special kind.
So you were gonna say something?
I guess I don't know how long I keep the cat in the bag is. She's not a new type.
She isn't? I thought.
No, the reason why she always gets gets Hathaway off guard is because she's very receptive, and she's very very much a street smart person. So every time, she knows.
So she maxed out on wisdom and charisma to make everyone think that she is.
I wonder where she learned those talents. You don't want to know.
The reason why she suspects that Hathaway might be Nafty is because, like, she suspects, Nafty must be a new type, and the reason Nafty is a new type is because he knew that not only the terrorists on the plane wasn't actual Nafty, but he knew that I knew that.
So it wasn't. So basically, that scene when Hathaway heard her voice, it wasn't her. That was him just being a new type. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Literally, him reading her mind, him being a psychic is like,
Okay.
I can tell from your face that you know what I'm thinking of, so I think you're Nafty. I'm gonna follow you around.
Well, I also assumed she was a new type because, like, at least for me, it seems like Kenneth also thinks she's a new type.
I can understand that point of thinking she's a new type.
The film definitely kind of led on as part of like her being a new type, but yeah.
Then again, as adaptations go, they could change. I don't know if it's likely, but it's a possibility they could change it to be that she is a new type.
They could. Like I wouldn't be against that, but I do think that the idea that Gigi understands everything by the fact that she knows, by the fact that compared to the actual new type in Hathaway, she knows people a lot more than he does. So she becomes useful to him. She becomes useful to him because she can tell him things that he wouldn't pick up on at first.
Okay. Yeah. So the whole thing is but that whole plane scene, it starts establishing Hathaway's kind of weird relationship with Gigi and Kenneth, and for a while they're all getting along, and it's just, but like no one really knows Hathaway's Mafty except for Gigi, because Gigi was apparently, because not a new type, apparently she's just that really good with her deductive skills. She's just really good at her, reading people like, yeah, you're Mafty. Obviously Hathaway, he can't confirm verbally, that he is Mafty. So like, even throughout the conversations they have, like he knows that she knows he's Mafty, but he still can't say it because he's like, what if someone hears us? It's gonna blow my cover. Gigi, come on, let's just keep it between us for now, okay?
What if she's a damn? What if she's a damn Fetty spy?
Yeah.
I can't give away my cover.
Yeah, it's like there is the possibility that I could get away with this shit. Like maybe I could convince her that I'm not Mafty, or she's just bullshitting me. I gotta keep this on a low profile, man. And so like so that starts their kind of interesting relationship going on, and then also how old is Hathaway? How old was he in Char's Counterattack?
He looked like he was in his.
He would have to been around how Amuro was during the 1 year war, like 15, 16.
Yeah, 15, Hathaway is like in his late 20s.
Okay.
Yeah, in his late 20s.
Okay. Because I also wanted to mention, like, I should have mentioned this again back when I was gushing about the animation as, like, subtle things, but, like, also, like, subtle details. Like, Hathaway acts really fucking mature for his age. Like
he's an adult now. Like,
true, but, like, I didn't know how old he was. But also that, like,
yeah.
he is not just mature, but, like, he also acts... Throughout the movie, you see Hathaway acts very estranged from people. You know,
that's
remember, he's in Noah.
Yeah,
he's in Noah. His father was even mature for his age, and right around the time the 1 year war, his father was 19.
Yeah, and also, like, he's just used to. He's always like that, like, even in like Char's Counterattack, like.
Yeah. So.
Like, which is one of the reasons why Quest is so. That's why he started something on Quest, because Quest actually seeked him out.
True. So like so we already established, Hathaway's like main relationships going on, with Kenneth and Gigi. And then, the big set piece, I guess, there's like two, what I like to call set pieces, like, which are, the big action scenes. Like, the two set pieces is the first terrorist attack on the city and getting to Kasai Gundam. And so, we all throughout this time, we get to learn more about, what's going on through Hathaway's mind, and again, going on with his relationships with Kenneth and especially Gigi. And then you also get to see him interact with his fellow terrorist buddies. And then you get to
including his girlfriend at the end.
Yeah, and then you get to, well, the girlfriend doesn't appear until the end. And so
Yeah, and then
so then the first big set piece, the terrorist attack on the city. So now, this is where Hathaway starts putting on his mafty hat, if you will. He's now like, okay, we're gonna kill these Federation and government officials. All right. Now, I suspect that some people may know that I'm mafty, so to lose them or like catch them off guard, I need like a diversion. So like shoot like a building like off to the side to like distract people, and then I'll make my escape, and then you can shoot the building that I'm in, which is where all the Federation officials are staying in.
No, actually, that wasn't actually the case. So
really,
the attack on the city was a diversion.
The whole thing was a diversion.
The reason why they set up the diversion is because near the town they were at is the military base. So in order to scramble the forces between the city and the base, I would love the idea just to see the fly in the wall when Hathaway has to explain the problem. And okay, I want you to supply the Messler close to a major metropolitan city, and I'm allowing you to use a beam. Go on. So the
whole thing was a diversion. So what was the original goal then?
I'm assuming to bring the Kasai Gundam closer to Earth.
The original goal is actually to strike at the military base. The reason that they can't do it without it's like the reason why they can't just be like, oh, let's just strike the military base. Just straightforward is because
it's
the
very
entire
defended.
force is there, and the Penelope is there.
Right. Well, it's a military base. It's like bringing a gun to a police station. Like, I'm gonna shoot this place up. Like, well, make your funeral arrangements.
Yeah, you don't do that. So
okay. So
and also like the Kasai Gundam was getting close. So
the main operation was getting the Kasai essentially.
Yeah, the overall strategy of the movie was to have Hathaway beat the pilot of the Kasai Gundam, and so he needed it on Earth, and he needed to be on Earth, and then waiting for it to show up because it was due to schedule at a certain time, and then also disabled the military so they won't grab it, of course. Because and so
it's like, I wouldn't think Hathaway had to be worried about the military trying to intercept it, because that's why he's like, it's so far out, why he set the destination so far out into the Atlantic Ocean. But the reason why they actually did chase it is because Kenneth believed that Mafty's headquarters was near one of the colony ruins. So, they must be there because the Messer, the Messer and its dropship, they were coming from somewhere close to that direction. So it's like they have to have, they must be there. And then it's like we'll run them at the pass. And so.
Yeah,
so the whole point of, really quick, like the whole point of the diversion on the city is because he can't, like, it says 2 agents can go into the base, kill some of the important military and government officials that are there, and leave, because if you see I think it's like, I could be wrong about this, but it's like if you do see when Gigi and Kenneth are eating in the mess hall, they're still trying to clean up from the massacre, well, quote unquote, the massacre on the base.
Oh, so those also those like paintings they showed, like those still paintings, like a military base on fire. Oh, okay. See, so that's interesting, because if that was their whole that was like their main operation, but the movie spent, focused so heavily on the diversion. Mostly because it is from Hathaway's point of view. It's like,
yeah, and also it's just another benefit of we're taking out other government officials as well.
It's like Hathaway is almost killed in an assault on the city, so people don't believe he is Nafty. Because why would Nafty have himself killed? And we have the benefit of scrambling the forces so that we can go into the base and just kill the important figures.
And we also killed on top of the figures that we killed that were on the plane.
Okay.
Like the battle in the city is actually a very interesting. It's actually a very morally interesting question for Hathaway, because he okayed the idea. He's like, yeah, people, like, the fact that he told Valman use a beam rifle in a major metropolitan city when he could cause so much, like, even if he were to use like something like a machine gun, like a machine gun that uses cartridge, that could do some damage too. But just the fact that he told him, use a beam rifle to destroy a high rise hotel. It's very chilling the way that he okayed that idea.
Yeah.
No, well, to be fair, majority of the damage from the city kind of came more from the Federation side.
Oh yeah, that's the interesting part, is that Nafty was like trying to do.
That was like also like one of the big points also from that whole scene. Like again, like if you didn't think the Federation were assholes in Char's counterattack or anything
You would have
else,
had one of the pilots stand on top of a building and that building crumbled.
I mean, like, how big is a Gustav Karl? Like,
scale. It's like tall as like a multi-story building.
Like it's like the Gustav Karl's a big fucking suit. Like that thing's also got to weigh a shit ton as well.
Clearly, because it destroyed a reasonably built building.
It's not just that. Like also like the part where like Galman's under attack from the Federation forces, and then so like he turns his back to the city, and he's like, "Huh, you idiots! You're not actually gonna shoot me with a city to my back." They start shooting at him.
So the Gustav,
and then that's the part where Galman's like, "Jesus Christ, are you guys out of your mind? I thought we were the bad guys."
No, the Gustav Karl is 22 meters tall, and 60 metric tons max weight, and 29 metric tons empty weight.
So in other words, it's a really big and heavy mobile suit. Like that thing like weighs a shit ton. And, you're just gonna plop it on top of a building and expect it to stand. Like, I don't know. Oh no, go ahead.
I think my favorite moment on the assault on the city is that when they finally get Galman, it's like they have a you can hold him down, hold him, not hold him down, like hold his back, hold his arms against his back, so that another vegan can slice open, use a beam saber to chop open the center. You know how dangerous that would be if the vegan, if the pilot of the vegan was a greenhorn and almost sliced the Minovsky drive.
Well,
he would have caused a mini nuke to go off.
Mobile suits are just essentially Metal Gears. So like you hit their reactor, is like, well, I guess we're just gonna see more nukes explode. It's like that pilot must have been either really skilled or very lucky to not hit the reactor. So, but there was the attack on a city. Man, I feel like I've been I feel like I need to watch this movie one more time. Based on this conversation, like I think I should watch this.
Man, by the way, we've been talking about this movie for over an hour and a half.
I was meaning to say, guys, are we done? Are we still on Hathaway's Flash?
Sorry.
Yeah, like essentially the other set piece is getting the Kasai Gundam, and it's the first one between.
It's the first clash between Hathaway and Lane.
And Lane is set up to be like kind of the Amuro-ish stand. The difference is that he is someone who wants to prove himself as a Federation pilot. And so it just sets up that. We'll probably see more of him in the next movie. Like, that's the only real flaw with this movie, is that it relies so heavily on how the rest of the trilogy will play out, but it's still a good movie.
It is still a good movie, and like, even though looks like I've been watching parts of this movie wrong, like the overall, like, I guess point of the movie still hits. You know, Hathaway's becoming Mafty. That's the whole thing about this movie. He's becoming the terrorist Mafty.
Yeah, while Kenneth is like, his arc revolves around meeting Hathaway and meets like another soul, like another similar soul, because he's in a similar situation, even though he's on the other side.
Yeah.
Without knowing it. So.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm sorry, Nick. We got caught up.
I'm not mad. I'm just like, guy, we should probably move on to something else.
Yeah. But comment. I'm not sure.
I spaced out and didn't even realize. Oh my God, we're actually still on Hathaway's Flash.
Yeah, and we still got Midnight Mass, Cyberverse, and Votoms.
Yeah. But it does, I guess, to end it off though, it does show you like just how much this Gundam has to offer. Like, just as like not only just this movie, but like just like this franchise in general, like it has a lot to offer. Like I'm still getting into it, and like there's still a whole lot for me to learn about Gundam. It's like yeah, it's like just like I feel like if I really get really deep into this, like I'd probably like be able to like talk hours on end, just talking nothing about like one particular Gundam show. It's like I don't know. This franchise has just a lot to offer, and Tamino's 80 years old, but he's still going strong. So yeah. Also by monopits.
Yeah. Okay, so
we're done with our Gundam talk, but we're not done with our mecha talk. Okay. So Comet. So you're talking about another Real Robot series, Votoms.
Okay, gotta flush all the Gundam out the brain. But now, Votoms is a mecha. The Votoms is a mecha series, which is considered the grittiest of the mecha series, because essentially what you see right now on screen is pretty much like the titular mecha of Votoms, the good old Scope Dog. It's not special. It doesn't have no special alloy. It's like the gruntiest of grunts. It's literally just a walking tank. And essentially, if you get shot, you better hope it doesn't hit anything vital. Particularly you. Because these things are like 4 meters tall. And the cockpit take up like the head and chest. So try literally your head is in the head. it's pretty much just a seat with arms and legs. But now this particular series is a prequel to the main series.
Oh.
Yeah, so we are getting it. Me and Changus and Nick, like a lot of us, are getting into Votoms by watching the first series, where the basic premise is that Jericho, the main character, is on the run from his government in search of his waifu.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
how far are you guys in Minecraft server?
We just caught up. We watched all the content that we saw together. So we are
going from this point forward is completely new territory for us.
Yeah. We are now going into the one where we're getting into new territory, new content.
Now this is a prequel which shows Jericho's time in the Red Shoulders. Now would this consider spoilers, or do y'all know that Jericho was part of the Red Shoulders, right? Because
we don't know what the Red Shoulders are.
We knew that. So the only thing we knew from the first episode is that he was part of a special ops unit. He was built up to be a special guy, to be as their fall guy. Turns out,
essentially, the Red Shoulders, the way the Red Shoulders operate is headed by this guy, the Supreme Commander. His first name starts with a Y. I can't pronounce it, but his last name is Pelgen. Now, Pelgen, it started the Red Shoulders in search of. He wanted to create the perfect soldier, the ultimate soldier.
Those type of people.
Yeah. Well, find the ultimate soldier, create the ultimate arm, and find the way to create the ultimate arm. But that's latest. But essentially, the Red Shoulders follow social Darwinism, pretty much.
Oh, lovely.
So pretty much, he find soldiers with unusual survival rates, trying to get them transferred to his special operation unit. And one of their initial tests to weed out those without talent, they tell the guys that they're gonna do a simulation, right? They're like, okay, game. Yeah.
Oh.
It's like.
But they don't tell them that. They're like, yeah, getting these scope dogs, and all you go is simply to cross this finish line. It's just a simulation. Just avoid these guys and cross this finish line.
And it's the real thing.
Yes,
so you're saying Dr. Saltman and this guy would get along quite well?
Yeah, but I think I should start with the beginning of this OVA. In the beginning, you see this scene of this ship landing down this planet and releasing this contingent of this battalion contingent whatever of soldiers, essentially scope dogs. These trucks. And as they travel across this planet, they suddenly get ambushed by these scope dogs with red shoulders with the red shoulders on their right side. And it's gonna get attacked. These guys are getting, and they try to launch their own scope dogs out the trucks, but they get murked. And these scope dogs were merciless, and so forth and so forth. Oh, and side note, then it cuts to this elevator. Another about the setting. It's set near the end of this war between the Mechans and the Valiant. This 100-year war. So side note. And it cut to this elevator ride in the Mechian headquarters. And this officer and this officer and general were talking about how how they lost 50 scope a contingent of 50 scope dogs on this planet. The thing about the Red Shoulders that Pelgen, kind of convinced the council, this is our super secret special operation, so we gotta keep things super secret. To the point where most of the council, they can use the Red Shoulders, but they don't know the inner workings. Pretty much. And some are a little bit worried that Pelgen is privatizing his own little army. So that's why as we see in this mini, that's why that general also the one responsible in the kitchen and scope dolls, because they were trying to find Pelgin's little secret training ground. Because they worry he's getting a little bit too much power, essentially. Good old military politics. Because like the Red Shoulders are a very they're very expensive. They keep sending resources and supplement them with all these men that keep needing replacing. Because they're, but they don't know. They don't know, but we know because they're like little training tactics. Like essentially, so like I said before, social Darwinism. If you don't survive, you don't deserve to don't survive.
If he dies, he dies.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah. Now, cut. And the officer mentioned like he has another plan, which then we cut to Chirico Kuvi, who gets suddenly transferred from his old unit to the Red Shoulders. They. And as they land, he's injured, etc. But as they about to land, before they land, he get a little bit roughed up by his fellow recruits. But this guy named Carson, like, hey guys, leave him alone, And when they land on the planet, they're told, okay guys, the anti-scope dolls, we're gonna do a little simulation.
It's not a simulation.
They gain their scope. And again, the scope dolls and Carson's like, hey, God, Chirico, you're injured. You're gonna get out there? And Chirico just kind of nods and go out there. And everybody's like, hey, let's just keep, shoot them all up. It just blinks anyway. And keep going, regularly going to the scope dolls. Then when the the opposing scope dolls shoots a rocket. And kills one, but pretty much everybody's like, "What the fuck? It's real." And like now, and then it's like we see how brutal. Now these simulations, they call it cannibalism. Essentially, it's their way of weeding out those without talent.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, and Chirico and Carlson, at the person, Chirico told Carlson, let's keep going, don't try to run away, and just follow him. And Chirico loses an arm, but prefers some moves, take out a couple of 3 red shoulders. Particularly George, Musa, and Byman. Blah blah, and they made it through the training simulation. Well, they take out those 3 after they disobey orders and continue to follow them past the finish line point. Now, essentially, Chirico goes into this base, and he gets in as he's resting on his room. They get to this room where there's only like 4 survivors out of I think 21. Which and General Yim, Commander Yim and Lyman come in and say, "Hey, this is higher than normal." Usually there's a lot less survivors. There's a pretty good odds. And pretty much said, welcome to the Red Shoulders. And just, if you have any questions, go to registration. And just left. And Chirico goes, pretty much after everything, Chirico goes to the room, then the guys he defeated earlier. After Chirico put a fight, they knocked him out, bring him to this hidden area where pretty much everybody rooms is bugged, so they're trying to go to like ventilation area, and they interrogate him. And when they try to interrogate him about his past, after he gets to his previous point before he joined the military, he goes to Caesar's as he has trouble remembering. Now after these, and And essentially, after Carlos and Karen's like, "Hey, leave him alone," and after George, Fireman, and Musa was satisfied and figured they can't get anything else out of him, they left. No, yeah, like I said, the Red Shoulders don't play, and they have 100% success rate. So yeah, but they have forgot to mention the restaurant. Not only they're expensive, but they overkill. They tend to violate orders and use excessive force and war crimes. Lots and lots of war crimes. But yeah, that's for later. So sorry. After that little integration, Commander, which pretty much Pilsen talked to Commander. They show after 2 months later, essentially, Commander was pointing to Pilsen saying like, yeah, Shippo had been out. Now, the thing about Red Shoulder, even after they pass them, their training is still darkness. Like, one part they show like these people driving over a caravan and one of them fall to their deaths. One of them trying to hold up. Another part of their training trying to hold up like the guns, like planking with the guns on their bellies, like the guns that the scope dogs used on their bellies. Trying to hold it, arch their back and hold it up. And then they use real explosions as they run away from them. Obstacle course. Yeah.
Off topic, but I just came. But I had had a thought while I was out for a second. Hey Chengus, you know how Buzzsaw, Soundwave's little yellow, not Laserbeak companion?
Yeah.
Who, funny enough, was actually his original cassette, not Laserbeak. Do you think they called he was named Buzzsaw because of Buzzard? Like how Laserbeak is a condor?
Buzzard?
Buzzsaw.
I don't know. Oh, buzzard's a type of bird. Probably.
And another thing about that interrogation scene earlier. The reason why they interrogated him, because Commander Yelman got a tendency to bring in professional killers / assassins to try to kill some of the Red Shoulders, particularly the people he doesn't like that's on the shit list, to keep them always ready. Yeah, so it's pretty much the type of place where you guys constantly sleep with one eye open, because you could easily get, pretty much the place is more like a prison than a military base.
Lovely.
But completely with bars on the windows.
So the main is the main plot. So what's kind of the main plot? So I understand the culture of the Red Scorpions. What's kind of the main thing going on?
Well, it's
the Red Shoulders.
The Red Shoulders. The main thing going on that Pelton trying to use the Red Shoulders to like create the perfect soldier. A trait of unkillable. I'm trying to keep it because if I reveal too much, it might spoil.
Like the thing is that is Jericho there to investigate?
No. He was just transferred. He's just
He got recruited.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was.
So he got recruited. So, but what's going on in the main plot? All I'm getting is that here's the Votoms, and here's the culture of the Red Shoulders. So is there no so what's the premise other than Chirico gets transferred into this mercenary group? What is he doing? it's like saying that like me trying to get the premise of JoJo Part 5 without explaining that the main plot is that Giorno Giovanni is joining this gangsters so that he can become on top, and the story is about him, how he becomes on top. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I think the main point of this OVA to show his time in the show, that's so like answering the questions that weren't quite answered. It's a prequel series, so bringing more detail to what's having been explained in the main series.
So basically, this OV is just all about Chirico's time as part of this group of people.
I'll be right back again. I'm gonna go get a drink.
A drink.
I see. Drink safely.
In your sex.
Yeah. Now, another thing. Now, I'm sorry. As the time go on, Lehman clearly doesn't like Chirico, as he reports to Pilsen, and Pilsen said he believes he's the one he's looking for. The type of soldier he's looking for with a unique trait and a unique innate ability. Now, later after the report, Lehman brought in Gregor, Bayman, and Musa, and told them that Chirico surpassed their skills, which muffled them a little more than a bit, and he wants to see if they can kill him. And then they showed him his record. He is throughout his campaign, he's pretty much the last survivor of every battle he's been in, with a high casualty rate. And and one of his injuries would take 3 months to heal. It was 3 months to heal, even with the medical technology, healed in 7 days. Essentially they showing that he's something unusual about him. And they agree to attack him. They attack him, and when they attack him, after Chirico going to a chase and finally caught him, George tried to shoot him with a pistol, point blank, but the bullets keep missing.
Interesting.
For some reason, Chirico was able to move his head just at the right moment. Then Musa moving out the way, and he's on a heavy machine gun and try to shoot Chirico, but conveniently the machine gun malfunctioned. Well, it was working perfectly fine before. And of course, Carlson came in and saved. They then came in and saved him. And when it was clear they couldn't kill him, Lehman said, "Kill him, your lives in danger." When they couldn't kill him, he had to make his failsafe and blow up the facility they were in. His whole plan being to take everybody out. Even it take Chirico out, even they take everybody else out. And they escaped, caused a riot. They got out, caused a riot, escaping too. And before escaping to the desert, Carlson encouraged Chirico to follow him to the data storage. Data storage. Could believe that his past, he's claiming that they have data on his past in there. And later on, they discovered that the whole day is, and then everybody escaped into the desert. And they get brought back after Pilsen sent out a counter order to Lehman. When Lehman ordered to kill them, Pilsen said, "Don't kill him." And long story short, they brought him in. And essentially, Lehman brought him in. and they recommend it. And Leon asked Pilgrim, "Why you do this? They would have died if you didn't." I mean, this.
God damn it, Nick! I swear to God, I will get you your damn cup for your birthday. Christ!
After this, this kind of feel like a SpongeBob moment.
I will. You know what I'm gonna do, Nick? I'm gonna take the summer semester off. I'm gonna drive all the way to Illinois. I do know your address because I sent you stuff as gifts, so I know where you live. And I will storm into your house and I will throw away that damn Wendy's cup.
It's the same cup. It's just one cup that he has.
No. So let me. For those who don't know, basically, whenever I get like Wendy's, I always get like a large like drink just because I thirst. I get thirsty and I want to have the drink for as long as I can. And because I also tend to just like suck down the liquid. So I can never have a small because it'll be gone in a second. And when it's gone, and I'm still thirsty, I tend to just like grab a water bottle or whatever, and just refill it. And when I go to Wendy's or McDonald's or wherever again that does it, I get rid of the old cup and get a different one.
Okay, so wait. You just keep it.
So I'm not just like having So like the cup I have is not like the one I've had for years.
Wait, you had one for years?
No.
No, he just reuses the same cup.
I don't see a problem with that.
Who does that though?
Like I occasionally do it, but usually
you do too?
Well, yeah, because it's usually in my car. It's in my car, and it's like there's still ice there. I use it when I get all the ice down.
So like you go to like a McDonald's or something, you get like a large drink or something. Then after you're done drinking, you just use the same cup again.
Yeah, because usually I have excess liquids that's in bottle. I open up it there. If there's ice, I just pour it in there.
Why don't you just drink it out of the bottle?
Because I like ice in my drink.
Well, then put the bottle in the damn fridge or freezer.
No.
Changus,
I like to.
Hold on, Ninja, before you say anything. Sometimes what I like to do is I take a water bottle, I freeze it, and then put it in the cup.
Okay, that is stupid.
That's stupid, man. That's fucking...
Granted, I always do like 2 of them.
Oh my god.
No, but like, come on. What?
So that because like it's usually 2 bottles that can fill like a large like Wendy's cup.
Just drink out of the bottle, then. If the bottle's cold already, then drink out of the bottle.
Okay, here's the thing. So if
I would have 2 bottles.
Oh my god.
When I can have 1 cup.
Yeah, or you're just grabbing a huge 2-liter bottle, and you want to save, you don't want to drink out of a 2-liter bottle.
Exactly.
But so what? You just have 2-liter bottles in your fridge. You grab them and you pour them both in your cup.
No, because usually I don't have, because I get a different cup. I get a normal cup. I'm talking about when I'm driving in my car, right?
Uh-huh.
I pick up whatever fast food. There's extra ice in there. And a lot of times I have already bottled soda.
I think we need to get back on topic.
Yeah, I'm just... Changus! It's just normal. It's like, I want to...
Wait, you keep bottled soda in your car?
Changus, how does it feel knowing that you're the weird one?
I'm not the weird one.
Yes, you are the weird one
What do
in
you mean?
this.
I don't
Because
I don't drink out of the same cup after using it. At least when it comes to, you know, a fast food cup. Like if I get a if I get a soda from a fast food restaurant, I'm not gonna use the same cup afterwards. I'm gonna toss it.
Depends on the cup. Is it one of those plastic cups that you can end up washing out with this one and reuse?
Is the cups you get at McDonald's? Oh, it's common, or whatever fast food place you have.
you get, it's still continuing your germ. Okay, whatever. Is that it? But comment like.
No. Well, as long story short, Sugar gets interrogated by Patient himself. Saying that he's been half his life trying to create the ultimate soldier, and he's what he believed is what Chirigo looking for.
Uh-huh.
And after trying to get Chirigo to rebuild his past, and now Chirigo breaks out his strengths and chokes Pelsian when he's trying to go, and say something to Pelsian that scares the shit out of Pelsian.
Huh.
And Pelsian shoots him in the chest. And Chirigo lays dead. But it turns out he survived, barely missing his bullet, missing his heart ever so slightly. And which was impossible because he shot him right in the chest. Then they go to Sansa. Then later on it skips to Chirigo's being deployed and it's Chirigo, Carson, and George, Musa, and Ban being deployed on Sansa. Which would be, you'll see why that's important when you watch the TV series.
Okay.
And turns out, as the Chirigo going, he remembers some of his memory that this is where he lived, pretty much. Chirigo, where he lived, and where he first saw and where everything got, burned down. Because the Red Shoulders landed, and they're not shy about. Essentially, if you're in their way, they're not afraid to get you out of their way.
Yeah, they're war criming.
Yeah, including civilians. And Carlson dies and confessed that he was a spy sent by the general and his officer to spy to get to the Red Shoulders, and that the Red Shoulder person doesn't have what Chirigo's past, but they did have pretty much a bunch of incriminating evidence they already sent before they landed. And Chirigo pretty much says he said he suspected as much. Then Layman appears, trying to take out Chirigo, trying to prove that he's not this unique survivor that Pelsian is looking for, but end up dying. But after that battle, he dies. Chirigo is found, but Chirigo's scope ended up getting messed up, which is another thing I like about this series. That like I said, they scoped out like the grunty of grunt. It's like pure skill, because the scope is not going to tank anything. But the Votoms and the armor troopers and Votoms can't tank anything. You can't just tank it. You gotta dodge. Yeah, you gotta dodge. Gotta avoid hits as much as possible. It's not Gundanium.
Mm-hmm.
Also another thing I like about the scope though, their primary mode of moving, as shown, is wheels. Or wheels like skating around. But anyway. Tarzan dies, and Nico and George, Musa, and Bayman found Chirigo and patch him up. And that's how and at the end of the series, it shows Pelsian at this parade where he finally revealed his Red Shoulders to the public, his pride and joy, expecting Chirigo to be dead and Musa and others to be dead. But when he saw Chirigo in the parade, he cracked his pants, and Chirigo looked towards him and muttered the words, the same words that he muttered in that interrogation room that scared Pilsen. You see, Pilsen wants the Ultimate Soldier, but he wants the Ultimate Soldier to be controllable. The words that Jericho said to Pilsen is, "No one controls me, not even God."
See, that's a badass line right there. That's a cool line. That's a cool one-liner. Just, no one controls me, not even God.
Yeah. Now I'm not doing this all the way justice because again I'm gonna summarize it. But
Alright, so I guess just to wrap things up. So how does this directly tie into the original series? Like,
well, it's a prequel series, much like how like Homage with Votoms Pilsen Files.
well, like I'm assuming the ending of this OVA ties into the original series. Like, how does it do that?
Well, it ties in the ending of the original series in a way that how the rest of it doesn't. It ties into it in a way that it fills in some stuff that the TV show didn't. It doesn't ties directly in. It doesn't lead directly into Votoms, but it does fill in some holes. But I believe it does directly tie. Not directly, but kind of like sorry.
So
yeah,
the OVA's purpose is just to, I guess, expand more upon Jericho's past and the world.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, and then after this is Pelgian Files, and also expands on another OVA, the Votoms, The Last Red Shoulder, which is set somewhere within the main series.
How many damn OVAs are there for Votoms?
A lot.
Yes, actually, I have a handy. There's like the TV series, The Last Red Shoulder, Big Battle, which is set after the TV series.
Okay.
You know, Roots of Ambition, Armor Hunter Merylwink, which is a really good one because the guy is out to revenge his comrades, but he doesn't find an AT. He just carries an anti-AT rifle.
Huh.
Think you find these guys that kill your comrades that have tanks, but the only thing you're armed with is an anti-tank rifle. You never use another tank. Then there's like Shining Heresy, but set way after, like after Big Battle, way after Big Battle.
Okay, that's fine already.
Then there's like the Phantom Arc, which is set after Votoms, like after Shining Heresy.
Okay.
And there's a couple a couple of Votoms that feel more like alternate universes, like Case Irvine and Votoms Finders.
Okay.
And then there's Armature Votoms Chirico's Return, which set after the Phantom Arc.
Huh. It's a lot of OVAs there, goodness.
Yeah, like Votoms is a really good series. So that's kind of sad that.
I'm not denying that. It's just, I'm just like, there's a lot of OVAs. Goodness.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I said, Votoms is an excellent series to watch. I also recommend the PS2 video game, but it's in Japanese, unfortunately.
There's a PS2 video game. I did not.
Yeah. Yeah, I streamed it a couple times, but
Oh, that was PS2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I highly. And the best thing about The Red Shoulder is that you can watch it. In my opinion, you can watch it, but it doesn't. It leaves you with enough questions that it doesn't. It leaves enough questions that you can watch the OB series, the main series, and still be surprised. In my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's a good self-contained story, but but it has it doesn't like contradict the original series.
No, well, I think it contradicts the main anime in one way, but not in a very minor way.
Okay.
Well, there's this line, and then I don't know if this is considered a spoiler, but in the main series, Jericho returned to Sansa.
Okay.
And now my memory is a little rusty, but I believe he mentioned that he but he wasn't. There's something along the line that he wasn't here for the atrocities committed on Sansa, but he still committed atrocities across other planets. Even though in the Last Red Shoulder, it's clear he's been to Sansa. It's like a minor thing, not too big a deal. But it's just like
But that's the Last Red Shoulder, not Roots of Ambition, though.
I meant sorry, Last Red Shoulder. I don't know. I mean Roots of Ambition. I meant to say.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been to. Yeah, it's kind of like retconny, but it's not a big deal, and that's about it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a good little self-contained story. You want expansion in that part of Chirico life.
Okay.
And a little bit of politicking here and there.
Politics. Lovely.
Yeah, like I said. There is. What you about to say, Chinggis?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry. Watch the Red Shoulder. It's a good self-contained story. And, expand the world a bit.
Okay. Are those your closing statements?
Yes.
Okay. So, alright, so self-contained story, but can tie into the original series. That's always fun.
Yeah. Especially like the Sansa, how like they reference the Sansa. Salsa. I mean, the planet, Sansa. And how it got. Well, you'll see in the main series. But yeah, back to the dawn.
Okay. Okay, so yeah. Let me see. Ray says, to be fair, my papa keeps soda in his car. Chelsea agrees with me. Chelsea agrees with me right there. Reusing the cup, that's just weird. And then both Ray and Chelsea say, fuck politics. Hey, politics. Okay, so now we can move on. We gotta keep powering on. Stay with us. Okay, Nick, are you there? Or are you still drinking out that damn Wendy's cup?
I could do both, Changus.
Okay.
In fact, hold on.
Just don't pull the straw up and down.
God damn it, Comet.
Oh no.
I hear that shit, Nick. You see what you do, Comet? You gave Nick ideas.
Yes, Comet, you gave me ideas.
Okay, fine, whatever, Nick. Okay. So now we're still not done with Mecha Talk because we got more robots to talk about. We're talking about Transformers now. See, okay, now Nick, I know exactly why we're talking about this, because I remember this specifically. We're making goddamn memes, command memes for our Discord server, and and I was looking up pictures of Shadow Striker, and I was like, God damn it, why are there no pictures of Shadow Striker like smiling? It's like, I get it why she doesn't smile half the time in this show, but like, there's gotta be at least one picture, and it's like, and then I just want a whole entire like, God damn it, people are still not watching Cyberverse.
Yeah. Okay, so you fucking fuckers are gonna do what I say, or I'll put my foot so far up your assholes you will rule the day you call your mother's twat! Sorry, I had to do an American Dad joke. Anyway, all of you are sleeping on Cyberverse, and that is awful.
Yeah.
It's a great show.
It is.
It's the show where, oh my god, it's probably one of the most fun Transformer shows that is out there, and everyone is sleeping on it.
Ray says, I've heard it's good. That means you didn't watch it, though. You said you've only heard it's good. Ray, please.
Ray, you're part of the problem!
It's on YouTube! It's on YouTube!
You're part of the problem!
Ray says, I can't find it. It's on YouTube!
It is on YouTube! It's on the official Transformers YouTube channel! You're part of the problem, Ray!
Hey, I can't... Hey, at least I can say I'm not part of the problem because I saw the first season. And then
part of the problem! You need to see all of it!
You need to see the rest of the show. Hold on. God damn it. And keep talking. I'm gonna look up the damn playlist for Transformers Cyberverse.
I'll look on Sunday. You could do it right now in in just a couple seconds, Ray. God damn it, Ray. You're part of the problem.
I found a playlist. I found a playlist. It's not by the official Transformers channel, but the videos themselves are from the official Transformers channel. Like, I'm posting this right here. Alright? Alright, Transformers Cyberverse full series. Like, Ray, it's on YouTube. This is probably the most easily accessible Transformers show out there, because it's on YouTube. Alright, here we go. Transformers Cyberverse full series. Chelsea says she watched a little of Cyberverse on YouTube. Thank you, Chelsea.
Not enough.
Ray says, I like binging nights before days off. Each episode is like 11 minutes. Like, they're short episodes.
You can watch the whole series in one day if you want to.
Ray says, I know and I can binge it on YouTube. Then do it!
Do it! Do it!
So basically, this isn't a review. This is just do it.
I mean,
yes.
We could get into the review part, but like, Chelsea says you're welcome. Chicks. See, Ray, your girl has watched Cyberverse. Like, this. By the way, Cyberverse, best fucking version of Soundwave ever.
I was gonna bring that up. I agree 100%. That is the best version of Soundwave.
You know what it is? I bet you anything people are turned off because Soundwave doesn't sound like an auto-tuned Dr. Claw voice.
It's possible that it's like there are like differences, but like okay, so you want to know why I think a lot of the reasons why a lot of people are sleeping on Cyberverse?
Because it's not Gen 1, and the attitude is entertaining kids show.
Well, other than that, it's it has a lot to do with season 1.
Because season 1 focuses heavily on Bumblebee.
Yeah, and okay, so like it's an 11-minute series, and that was like, oh, really, 11 minutes? And we both agree that at times that did hurt the show.
But at other times,
yeah, exactly. But obviously people are gonna be turned off. Oh, this is a lot shorter than normal Transformers series. We're not gonna have a normal enough time to actually sink our teeth into that, or like that was like the common idea. Like the first image of Cyberverse, like you could argue is like, I would say the character models look a lot better, at least initially, in like actual 3D motion than they at least initially did on like the normal 2D like promo art. Because the art kind of gave it like a, you know what a lot of people were angry about at the time of the show's announcement? And
what?
Every person was talking about how much they hated this. Teen Titans Go. And the blocky, simplified designs probably didn't help people think, oh no, this is just gonna be Transformers Teen Titans Go, isn't it? Thank goodness it's not.
I remember people complaining that it was that it looked like cow arts.
And well, yeah, that's kind of like one of the big things. And the show looks way better in actual like movement when you actually see it. And I'm trying to fill the air until Changus comes back because I'm realizing he's muted. And like a lot of people were just like you could tell back then, like that was like the big thing people wanted to bash was Teen Titans Go and anything like it. So when they see 11-minute cartoon with the really simplistic designs, and it was gonna be a lot more like lighthearted than
or
like
comedy. We can't have comedy.
Not even comedy. Just like I thought of a topic but then like, I want to wait for Changus because he. I definitely want his 2 cents on that. This is where you say, you said it.
You said it.
I shouldn't have had to signal that. I'm a little disappointed in you.
I wanted to do it, but I didn't want to get the low-hanging fruit there. I said it. I have standards, Nicholas. I don't.
But like, God damn it! Why are people sleeping on this? No, go ahead, Not.
And the problem with like Teen Titans, this is the problem with like Teen Titans Go isn't a comedy. It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it, like the later seasons, a lot of it just devolves into let's just do dumb things and then let's attack the critics of our show by doing even more dumb things.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were kind of just didn't want anything like that. because like they feel like, oh, this could just happen just like you could argue you got the kind of same kind of reactions with Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which people also sleeped on, and I'm
because people kind of like the art style.
Yeah,
me at the beginning, them doing stupid decisions with like April O'Neil being black all and then.
Ooh, that would be that doesn't that there's no let's hope that doesn't get taken out of context. But anyway, how much did you hear of me, Changus, before you muted?
I got back in time to hear you talk, comparing it to Teen Titans Go, which, trust me, it's not.
It's not. It's definitely not. But I feel like people seeing the 11-minute runtime, the initial promo art, kind of with the simplistic, blocky kind of style, kind of put people off in a way that made everyone think, oh, this is not gonna be good.
I will admit, initially I wasn't for the art.
Same.
I think when we first saw the art style, I think what went in our minds like, this just looks like a worse version of animated.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Diamond Bolt did a whole I don't remember if you remember this, but he did like a scene, a talk about like just the premise and the review and like the promo art. He was like, "This does not look like a good show," and now he's like, "The show is great. You all are sleeping on it."
You know what I think it is?
Honestly, Diamond Bolt, same.
Yeah, you know what I think. I think the 3D models do look better than the 2D.
Yeah, they do. I think they really do.
Like,
and I think also is I would also say it's like Windblade and Bumblebee, and like remember people were complaining about too much Bumblebee at one point, and and it was also people were getting tired of Windblade being stuffed everywhere.
Yeah, and I think that.
But like the thing is, Windblade's still a relatively new character. Like, yeah,
I know, but that's the thing. That's the thing. Once you have a new character and you and people have the perception of overstuffing, they hate him.
But if that's the case, I maybe because I wasn't paying attention at the time, or maybe I don't remember, but I don't remember people having that same reaction to Drift being in every piece of media when he was introduced. Like people loved Drift.
I guess it's an
obvious reason.
I think it's a recent phenomenon because we kind of just like when people decide, like, we've grown wise to the fact that a lot of people certain creators and all that want to get you to like this character, and so they'll show nothing but this character, and then but instead of having a fondness for them, you just grow a resentment because we're so familiar with that character, but we don't there's nothing new about them. There's no new flaw or wrinkle that we can admire about them because they've already been wrunged to death.
Yeah, and also at this point in the age of the internet, it's no longer. It's very few about actual characterization. It's it's not about the execution, and people now focus more on, oh, it's a female character, a new female character, and we're getting a lot about this female character. It looks like the creators want want us to like her because of insert reason here, and because it's the internet. It's always the internet cares more about the reasons than whether the result is good.
And also,
they're sort of conditioned to go for the least charitable interpretation of things.
And also, there's be certain YouTube channels that if they talk that would being negativity bring views, and being charitable does not.
So
Yeah, like Clownfish TV.
okay, but now we're getting off topic. Let me. What I was gonna bring up was actually this actually came off the heels of Robots in Disguise, which was another Bumblebee-centric Transformers series. When I think a lot of us just want to go back to basics.
Just to be sure, Robot in Disguise is the Prime sequel, quote unquote, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Well, not quote unquote. It is the Prime sequel.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I know it is. It's just
Whether you
Well,
want
why-
it to be or not, it is.
I know it is. Just that when I watched it, didn't feel like it, you know.
But yeah, because it's such a drastic different tone from Prime. Prime took itself like super seriously, and then Robots in Disguise had a lot more lighthearted tone.
Yeah.
And not everyone actually liked Robots in Disguise. So seeing another, Bumblebee is the main character again, kind of story is everyone was kind of. This is, you could argue, this is when people started or at least just in where I could say where I started getting annoyed with Bumblebee before the Bumblebee movie made me fall in love with Bumblebee again.
Yeah, yeah. Which is why they should have retired Bumblebee before the Bumblebee movie and replaced him with Hotshot.
Hotshot's not gonna happen, because Hotshot is Bumblebee. Whether you like it or not, Hotshot was always meant to be Bumblebee. They just didn't have the name.
Hotshot is superior. Bumblebee is inferior.
Hotshot is Bumblebee. They just didn't have the trademark to the name Bumblebee at the time.
Let's not do this right now, please.
And maybe. I'm sorry.
Also, if the fear is I don't really want to watch another Bumblebee heavy series. After season 1, it stops doing that.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people were basically just going off the initial ideas of season 1, which a lot of people.
You know what's?
Which is season 1 is the weakest.
True.
So, and also marketing. Remember, now, if you look at Cyberverse stories, they put in Bumblebee
Oh God!
Adventures.
Okay, let me hold on. Actually, thank you for reminding me of that. I will get into that. But another thing I think hurt Cyberverse, Prime. I think that's currently the most popular Transformers show ever.
Yeah, I think that's now people's standard for Transformers shows.
Which I get. Prime is good. It doesn't hold up upon rewatch. I mean, it's still good, great, but not as great as when you first see it.
Yeah, there's it kind of gets kind of boring, and kind of sometimes at points it's okay, you were trying to be adults here.
It's really Prime's biggest flaw is missed opportunity and a lot of wasted potential. The deleted scene with Optimus punching Ratchet. Do you
wasted?
Do you realize,
wasted?
Oh no, but it's oh no, we can't have Optimus, break his stoic character and lash out at Ratchet for mentioning his dead ex-girlfriend. It's but do you know how much character that would add to Optimus?
It would make Optimus a character.
It's like this guy who is like super stoic most of the time because he has to be. He has to fill the role of Prime, and then all of a sudden you mention his dead girlfriend, punches you in the face. Doesn't matter if you're his best friend or not.
You wanna know? You wanna know? I think is a really missed opportunity. It's the final episode, not Paracon's writing. Final episode.
Mm-hmm.
When Optimus leaves to go back to Cybertron and looks back upon like the human Castle Ratchet, he stays stoic and he doesn't give them like a little farewell smile.
Mm-hmm.
Missed opportunity.
It's like,
He just gives him kind of like a look, and he goes. He doesn't say anything, but it's like the kind of face that makes you go, okay.
Funny enough, I think Cyberverse actually does a better job at what they were trying to do with Optimus in Prime.
Yes!
Cyberverse Optimus, he like Prime, he is mostly stoic most of the time, but then you have those moments. You have those moments where you see that he's not just stoic, he's like at his heart, Prime is just this really Optimus Prime in Cyberverse at his heart is really just this socially awkward guy who's trying his best to lead this team. Like,
he's a nerd, okay?
That's one of my favorite scenes. Where like at the Autobots are having the party.
Yeah.
Optimus is just outside the ship, just looking upon the stars. And Cheetor just goes up to him and just basically kind of just there's this kind of like it's really beautiful up here, isn't it? It is.
Yes. I do agree. It's
just
you know what's also funny is that Optimus, people now know Optimus for the grandiose speeches he gives, and he does do that in Cyberverse. But what was the funniest part was that same episode in the party, like everyone's like, Optimus, give us a speech. It's like, oh.
I want there to be like an Autobot parent and his son going, boy, you're about to listen to your first Optimus Prime speech. It's gonna be the best moment of your life.
No pressure, Optimus.
Other thing, Optimus kept like a bunch of pre-recorded, pre-written speeches in his cap.
We will have this party and we will have fun. I like to imagine that wasn't uplifting. Oh, by the way, son, you're adopted. I'm a monster.
You are. I wonder why.
Well, yeah, you literally are. You're a xenomorph. Okay, you're a monster.
Okay, we didn't have to get into racism. But like, I think even today, people are still obsessed with Prime. I think everyone wants to go back to like the standards Prime set, without giving like anything that doesn't exactly come close and a really fair chance. God, I am worried about that BotBots cartoon. Well, the reception to the BotBots cartoon.
Well, let's be honest. It's like I think like the people who like Prime or who are love Prime tend to be more edgy. Edgy with the Transformers. Like,
I like Prime too. It's like, you know what it is? I think it's also just people want the animation they had for Prime again, because let's be honest, Transformers Prime, visually speaking, as a 3D animated cartoon, was probably one of the best to come out of Transformers. But the thing is, that's never gonna happen ever again, because that show was so fucking expensive to make.
Season 3 was originally going to be a much different idea, and actually have more than just 3 seasons.
But then they
which would have broken the fucking 3-season curse of Transformers.
Actually, Dick, Cyberverse broke the curse.
It did.
We have 4 seasons.
Only barely, but it did.
I mean, yeah, the 4th season is just two TV
movies,
but still. It broke the curse. For the longest time, Transformers couldn't get past 3 seasons, but we got 4 seasons.
We could finally put a third Transformers show on that list behind Generation 1, kinda.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, Rescue Bots.
That's right, rescue bots.
Yeah, like, okay, so the reason I'm kind of a bit more poo-poo on Prime, like, it's not like I hate the show. I just, like, if there's any Transformer shows that I really think about, oh, I want to go and rewatch the series, Prime is at the bottom on, like, because it kind of had that, it has the problem of, like, it looks like a cartoon version of the Bayformers, and it also has that similar problem where it's kind of has that soulless aspects to it, like really to kill off most of, like, you give the implication that most of the Autobots are dead or like away. Like, okay,
well, that's because Cybertron's a dead planet.
Yeah.
Oh no, well, it's not the planet. No, I mean, like, on Earth, like, so you compare it to, like, so you got the Unicron Trojans, you got Armada, or
So
like,
so you want a larger cast?
like, or like a feeling like the show had a hard time especially at the beginning, which was most of the Transformers stuff. Prime stuff is like, oh yeah, there's not a lot of Autobots. In fact, oh yeah, Cliffjumper, yeah, we killed them off on screen, like, so, any...
They had Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson voice.
So, like, it's the reason for the small cast and all that. It's there to raise the stakes. You know, like, oh god, you know, they're outgunned, outmatched. You know, these are the underdogs. You gotta root for them, but at the same time, it's kind of hard to view them as the underdogs when they're like mowing down like legions of Viacom troops.
Yeah, dude, like, they're basically Dynasty Warriors characters, yet we're trying to, and then, like, you have Starscream lead the Decepticons. Like, sorry, I'm sorry, but, like, as a Transformers fan, oh, so Starscream being competent. Oh,
Well, actually, they did make it a point throughout the whole time Starscream was in charge that he was like one of the worst commanders they've had.
Exactly.
The whole show is basically Starscream sucks at everything he does. The series.
Well, funny enough, Transformers Prime Starscream, he sucks at everything, including betraying Megatron. He couldn't even stick to betraying Megatron at the end of the second season. He went back to him. He couldn't even succeed at betraying Megatron.
Because of that's how worthless Starscream is.
Well, the thing is
the only Starscream that is sadder than Prime Starscream is arguably IDW Starscream, but most definitely our Starscream.
Yeah, but okay, so, like,
compare myself.
Do it. No, I'm
do
not.
it.
No, I'm not going to. This is just a cry for help.
Pussy.
Okay, but, like, compare this to another show that has another 3D Transformer show that has a small
hold on. I think we're actually getting off topic. This was about Cyberverse. So in the toys, the first batch of toys, they were, that line, that's they were not good. They were not good.
Well, because Hasbro puts all their money into the Generations line.
Yeah, but, like, oh my god, it took them until now to make, like, decent, like, Cyberverse figures, and now it's too late.
You know, funny, that's a common trend I noticed with all these shows that have the 3-season curse. It takes till the last season to get their toys actually, you know, decent quality. Because
Yeah.
it's because okay, so one, it is because of how they're marketing, and you know, it's a kids show. You know, this is for children, so you know, we're gonna focus more on, you know, the gimmick toys and stuff. You know, the one-step changers and all that, and then meanwhile, we're gonna put more focus and money into the Generations toy line, which is for the quote-unquote more mature audience, so like upper teens and young adults, and that's where they put all their money. But at the same time, the Generations audience really is just all the G1ers, so that's why it's always G1 figures. But then they never seem to put that money and focus into the newer stuff. It's like it's like if I don't know what another comparison is. I don't know. I don't know. Fuck it. Just
Bandai.
Bandai decides. Okay. We got another like brand new Gundam series coming up. All right, but we're not gonna make model kits for it. I'm sorry. What? Well, because this new Gundam show is more for kids. So you know. And like, well, we want model kits though. Well, okay, well here you can have some high grades here and there, and but then that one really cool mobile suit from the show that everyone likes, we're gonna make it a fucking Bandai exclusive and charge buku bucks for it.
I was thinking of just Bandai not giving a lot of model kits for Get a Robo Arc.
That's true.
Anyway, like the toys, the initial, everyone was just kind of like, I'm gonna skip Cyberverse, and honestly, you could argue that's probably why we only got 3 seasons.
But then we got a 4th season.
Yes, but they were TV movies, and I'm glad for them.
That's true. Maybe actually, hold on. Maybe I should show the Cyberverse toys how they were originally.
Actually, do me a favor. Do a glow up. Show the first Starscream toy, and show the latest. Show this latest one.
All right. So let me look up Cyberverse Starscream. I mean, to be fair though, I think his latest, if you want to be, you know, technical about it, his latest toy probably is another gimmick, but if you're referring to the deluxe class Starscream, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. The original warrior class against the deluxe.
Oh god, the warrior class. What does the warrior class do, sir? It spins.
Not very good, but it does.
But it spins.
It doesn't even spin well.
Yeah. All right. I'm showing it on stream through window share, like, so like you can see like warrior class Starscream. Not much here. I'll even post images in the back room, like warrior class Starscream. Not much paint going on there. Not really good articulation. It spins. But
also, you see the legs. See the legs. Not only are there no knees. The only individual leg move you can get is having the leg go out, like of the side. Otherwise, the legs move back and forth at the same position because they share the same peg.
Because he's got to spin. Not that good either, but he spins.
So
and here's the deluxe. This came out last year. Now, okay, admittedly, yeah, the legs are a bit hollow here, but you know that's to be expected. But
this is the warrior class stuff is like the quality I should expect for like at least this kind of stuff, like this line of like for the show. Not the fucking not the first Starscream. I could do a version of the Chad, but I can't even get the fucking Warrior class Starscream the virgin position.
Yeah.
So, from what I gathered, Hasbro then pretty much cheaping out on certain toy lines.
Yes. I told you they put all their money into the Generations line.
Which good for Generations, not so good for everything else.
Yeah.
You want to know what I think? This is a sad idea, but what I think they did is they took all Transformers took all of its budget into Generations, and for stuff like Cyberverse, they took the G.I. Joe budget.
Oh.
I had to make that fucked up joke. Just because the state of G.I. Joe is sad.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
they got their jet funded.
Yeah, good for them. But like,
Honestly,
the initial like ideas of Cyberverse is what hurt it, and why it's not as big as like all the other stuff. But you want to know what? Cyberverse is a treasure, and you've all been sleeping on it.
Go watch it. It's
Look
on
at it!
YouTube.
Look at it! Look at it!
Look at it. It's on YouTube. It's straight up on YouTube.
So,
SGD, you know you could talk, right?
Yeah, everyone was busy talking, so I just posted a thing in chat.
Okay. They made the Ancient Warriors VMon Focus DIM exclusive to P Bandai. God damn it, P Bandai.
What's mad about that is you have to buy an ugly yellow vital bracelet to get it.
P Bandai sucks.
you know, I think we can do a.
I'm not interested in buying it. It's just that's such an ugly yellow.
I think we can do an entire segment or an entire episode on this complaint about P Bandai.
Oh fuck P Bandai.
Alright, so we got one more. We're almost there.
Alright. I mean, if you're tired, you could go to sleep. No one's stopping you.
And I'm not even done talking because like Cyberverse is so good. Like the best version of Soundwave. Like it has some of the best versions of characters as well. Like Windblade. I'd argue Bumblebee.
True.
Like, it's probably the first major series main series version of Hot Rod.
I'm sorry. I have to go to bed. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
I have to go and get dinner.
Okay. Good night, Nichano. If you gotta get dinner, then go ahead and do that, SGD. Food comes first.
Yes. And
not only that, it makes it brings out some lesser known characters and makes them like some of the best ones. Like Shadow Striker. She was first introduced as a BotCon character from BotCon, whose only other like major release was like in a Target exclusive Legends Revenge of the Fallen 2-pack.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a movie version of Shadow Striker, but it's a black repaint of Universe Wheelie. Like,
I'm looking this up.
But like, she becomes a major character in Cyberverse, and like, thanks to her, thanks to Cyberverse, it's because she's now like becoming like a major character, like in the new IDW comics.
Oh yeah, that's right.
oh, are they using what design they using in IDW comics?
The Cyberverse design.
Well, it's not one-to-one the Cyberverse design, but
it's essentially is the Cyberverse design.
It's inspired by Cyberverse. Here, I'll put
It's the might as well be Cyberverse design.
Now here's the point.
It's her Cyberverse design before she got fucked up by Shockwave.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is the IDW design in the back room. I'll show this also on the stream through a window capture. Alright, so I'm showing the Cyberverse design, and then this is her design in the comics. Like it's not one-to-one, but you can tell it's pretty much at least heavily inspired by Cyberverse.
I'm glad they kept the eye.
Well, the eye was always there.
Yeah. But...
Chelsea says she's watching episode 3 of Cyberverse right now. Wait, I thought you said you watched the show, Chelsea. You're only on episode 3?
Well, she said she only watched a little bit of it before you thanked her.
Oh.
Fair, yeah.
No. God damn it, I have to...
On your part.
God damn it. Hold on.
Failure!
Hubba bubbaloo. About... Oh, sorry.
Hubba what?
I know. I remember something about you guys mentioning that there will be a hubbub about they changing the gender of okay, it's Slasher.
They changed the genders for
gender of a couple characters, but like
a lot of characters.
You don't care.
Funny enough, Skywarp was actually changed to a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really?
Well, the thing is, but you don't really care because Skywarp in the show is like a background character essentially.
From what the Swoop?
Swoop. Okay, here's the thing. I don't hate Swoop. I'm not the biggest fan of her, not because she was gender swapped, but because she reminds me too much of a Node from IDW, and I fucking hate a Node.
Oh god, she does kind of look like that.
A Node from where?
From IDW Transform. A Node is a character exclusive to the IDW Transformers comics. Her whole character can just basically be boiled down to, hey guys, did you know our Transformers can also be transgender? And to that I would respond and say, yeah, we have RC.
Wait. I mean, there's nothing special. I mean, they can just like, if they really want to change it, they just take the
Speaking of RC and Grimlock, who would have guessed they would have been the big power couple of Cyberverse, despite not actually being a couple?
I totally shipped him.
I like the scene where they're running from that invisible chicken.
Invisible
chicken? Yeah, from the season 4 premiere.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Just, the show is amazing! And you all slept on it! Ah!
You kill it! Sorry.
Okay, so it goes like this. Season 1, okay. Season 2, much better. And, like, you got some really cool stuff like Cheetor. Fucking Cheetor!
Oh yeah, Cheetor shows up.
Starscream at his arguably his most threatening. This is probably the most evil version of Starscream.
True. But then again, it is Starscream, so he doesn't succeed.
Well, yeah, he's doomed to fail.
I had all the power of the universe at my fingertips, and I lost it.
And how does that make you feel?
How does that make you feel?
How do you think that makes me feel?
Just the show is so great. Like season 2, just like it's much better because it fleshes out. You get all the major characters. It fleshes them out, and you get the episode with RC and Grimlock.
The power.
And then you get season 3. This is when the show goes from good to great.
Oh yeah, the Quintessons are just basically the robots from Matrix.
And it's surprisingly great. It's a surprisingly great show.
Actually, the whole Quintesson arc was just pretty much the Matrix.
It was, and it was awesome.
See, also season 3 established that Clobber is best girl.
Yes. Like
who knew that the Lucknut lookalike would become best girl of the show?
Clobber, just the absolute pinnacle of great of just touchingness. Like she is the definition of looks like she could kill you, is an absolute cinnamon roll.
And she becomes an Autobot at the end.
Yes, and she deserves it.
She does.
Just the scene where where Soundwave tells her to kill Hot Rod, and she's going, "I'm sorry about this."
but it's not really a sad moment. It's kind of a.
It is, but it shows how much she does value Hot Rod's friendship, that she apologizes about it.
Like it's not really. I didn't really feel sad, but I was like, that's adorable. Like,
this is gonna hurt me more than it's gonna hurt you. This is hurting me.
And then there's I think it's gonna like Sound Blaster Reason.
Oh yeah, Sound Blaster kicked off literally because he lost to because Megatron decided he was an inferior version of Soundwave. Just, all right, you guys are going to have you're gonna blast each other with Soundwaves, and then whoever wins.
It's literal beatboxing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Soundwave beats Sound Blaster in literal beatboxing, and Megatron's like, okay, you're officially the superior Soundwave. Repaint, get the hell out of my sight.
Oh, and also let's mention like the surprising nature of Triptychon.
Triptychon, suave businessman.
Yes, I consider myself a tough but fair boss.
It's just the scene where Soundwave, where it's a flashback about how Soundwave first gets Laserbeak. It's such a simple scene, but
I will call you Laserbeak.
Laserbeak. It adds so much to Soundwave.
You hurt me, Soundwave, so I'm going to take away the one thing you care about the most.
Rips Laserbeak out of Soundwave's chest. No!
Soundwave and Char Striker were definitely friends, because when, spoiler alert, close your ears for in the next 3 seconds. When Soundwave dies, it's Shadow Striker who gets custody of Laserbeak. It's just the eulogy for Soundwave at the end.
Yeah.
It's like, it's exactly what he would have wanted. Just talking about how much. It's just talking how much he was like a complete jerk.
Everyone's at the eulogy. Everyone's like, Soundwave was kind of an asshole, but you know what? He was our asshole. Cheers.
To Soundwave.
To Soundwave.
And
who knew Soundwave would be the one to unite the Autobots and Decepticons?
I did, maybe. Like, you know what's funny? I always imagine, like, no joke, Soundwave being like the lawful neutral. Instead of like full-blown evil. He's loyal to the Decepticons, and he does evil things because of his loyalty to the Decepticons. But say if like Megatron wasn't in charge and he was, he'd probably be more peaceful.
Also,
Evidence? IDW.
Also, Soundwave free an entire Cybertronian race of super soldiers.
That's true.
That's true.
He didn't even
Soundwave, the great emancipator.
he didn't even do that. He could have said
Soundwave. I just want there to be a picture of Soundwave wearing an afro with his fist in the air going Black Power. The images that pop into my head are always the ones that amuse me.
Soundwave. Technically, just ended a completely different universe's entire races of slavery. From slavery. Just, hey, you guys, you were in slavery, right? Well, not by choice. Megatron had us enslaved. You're free now. Cool.
now I got wait. So, Soundwave repainted black with an afro.
Not necessarily repainted black, just holding up his fist in the air with an afro going Black Power.
Yeah. I mean, I was
Soundwave lives matter.
I was thinking like he kind of like Soundwave just wearing the same outfit that the Kwanzaa. The Kwanzaa bot from Futurama. I forgot what his like that's wearing that same outfit.
A dashiki. He's wearing a dashiki.
Yeah.
Peter, what in God's name are you wearing? It's a dashiki, and I am no longer Peter. My name is now Kichwa Tembo.
Kichwa Tembo.
Peter Kichwa! That's one of my all-time
Peter
favorite.
Kichwa!
Oh, it's one of my favorite
It's great.
jokes of Family Guy.
Alright.
Just the show, it's great. Great. Also, the only show, and probably one of the only pieces of Transformers media where the Autobots and Decepticons actually make peace with each other.
That's right. They technically did. Like imagine that. I think the only Cybertron. The end of Cybertron, they did make peace, and then animated. No, they were already ended the war. Damn, I think like Cyberverse was the only show that like really tried to explore, at least very briefly, what it would be like after the war.
Yeah.
The only other thing that I could think of would probably be the IDW comics.
You want to know some? It might have it. What I think is Cyberverse's strongest suit is that it's the most experimental Transformers show. Because it does things you wouldn't think you didn't think you would like or even know about, and when it does them, you're like, I like this! Why didn't I know I would like this?
Well, More Than Meets the Eye was also very experimental as well.
Yeah. It's essentially the show version, the show kid version of More Than Meets the Eye.
Huh.
Like, think about it. Like RC and Grimlock. Did you ever think that you would want to see them together?
No.
Like, would you? But when it happens, you're like, I want more of this. Did you ever want a Transformers Matrix homage?
No.
Oh, it's the best fucking arc. Did you ever want Shadow Striker to be in a major cartoon?
I didn't even hear of Shadow Striker until recently.
Exactly.
And
did you ever think there would be some who would be better than Lugnut? Who?
Okay, see, I'm gonna stop right there.
Okay,
Lugnut and Clobber are equally great in two different.
Yeah, that is tough, right?
Well, they're two different characters, but they're equally great.
Okay, Changus, you have two pictures. One's one is Lugnut, one is Clobber. You're just looking back and forth. 5 minutes until the store closes. Yeah, right? They're great.
Yep. That's fine.
The show. It does things you wouldn't think you would like. But when it does them, you like them.
I like this very much.
I want more. Damn it.
Give me more.
Everyone, do not sleep on the show.
You will not.
Do not sleep on the show.
You will not regret it. I highly cannot stress anymore. Like, I think you really, at the very least, give the show a shot. If it ends up not being your thing, that, you know, it's a shame. But at least give the show a shot.
At least try the second season.
Yeah, but funny enough, actually, when you think about it, the second season rarely does much with what's happening in the first season. Like, all you really need to know from the first season is that Optimus sent the Allspark to Earth, and the Allspark is somewhere on Earth, and so now the Autobots and Decepticons are on Earth trying to find the Allspark. And that's kind of pretty much all you need to know. Like, after that, like, that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Chelsea says, is Soundwave supposed to breathe?
What?
Hold on. Let me look that. Ray says Soundwave can't breathe. I mean, they're robots, but they're living robots. So, Ray, don't make me go into another tangent, long rant about how confusing Cybertronian biology is.
Yeah, like kind of like how Galvatron in the Transformer, how Galvatron tried to choke Cartwright.
I will, like, if you get me started on it, I will start just ranting about how gender in Transformers is really confusing.
Good question.
Racist. Didn't get my joke. Sorry, we were too busy gushing about the show.
What? So, isn't that confusing me about the whole, like, them making a big deal about Transformers being trans and IDL comics? Wouldn't that just be simple spark? Spark?
I
forgot the word.
Comment. I'm gonna stop you right there, because please, do not get me started on Transformers gender again. I will go on that rant, and we will be here forever.
Okay.
Anyways, I just realized we are officially 34 minutes into Sunday at my time, so it's past 3 where Not is. Are you still awake, Not?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Alright. After this, then we can all hit the sack. So...
Wait, then Not?
No, Not didn't go yet. I had not last because because he said he wouldn't be around till like 11 Eastern. But I didn't expect us to take this long. So, no, part of it is my fault because we got so wrapped up in Gundam talk. So that is my fault.
I also take blame because I could have stopped it.
Well, because like we chose subjects that we could just talk hours upon. Like it's because we just really like it. Like when you really like something, you could just talk about it forever. Like Ray says better than your Simpsons joke. Okay. I don't recall making Simpsons joke. We made a Family Guy joke, because Xenonick is our resident Seth MacFarlane fan, so... Okay. Well, in that case, we done long enough. Alright. We're at the last stretch. We're at our final topic. So if you're still up to it, not.
Yeah, I think I'm still up to it.
Okay. So you're talking about Midnight Mass.
Yes. So originally, as I originally said last month. I think it was last. I'm sorry, my perception of times is slowly becoming unraveled.
Ah.
The more and more the years go by, can't remember if we did. Can't remember.
Let's just say the last time you talked about a certain subject.
The last time I did talk about Squid Game, I did.
Yeah, you talked about.
I didn't want to talk about. That's about Squid Game, and I wanted to use Midnight Mass as a double whammy. Don't whammy. To basically make my point as to how I believe something like a streaming service can, how content from a streaming service, how it's generated and how it can be, the best. Mm-hmm. Maybe even more so than cable. So I talked about Squid Game. Thought it was a very refreshing show I've seen in years. And now we're going to talk about Midnight Mass, a show that I should come out and say it, because it is going to be the basis of my good night, Black Comet.
Oh, good night, Comet.
Like, it is going to be the basis of sort of my conversation. I love this show, and if it isn't my favorite show of 2021, it's possibly my favorite show of all.
Really?
Yes.
Do explain.
So I guess really quick, I do want to get into a bit of a personal note, because I think to talk about this show proper, I do need to spill the beans, as Willem Dafoe once said. So when it came to rediscovering my faith, I wasn't drawn into usual things like sermons, or lectures or writings done by theologians or very brilliant, by any of the great brilliant minds of Christianity. This may seem really silly for what I'm about to say, but it is something. It is something I can say unashamedly. So a lot of me rediscovering my faith came from the media that I ingested during my adolescence. So it was like around the time I was still in high school, I started watching a lot of, I started having a lot of free time, and it was during one of those spells, the spells of the drowsiness, the downness, of the feel downs, where I kind of just felt lost, and so I rented I had a lot of free time in my hands, and so I just rented a ton of movies and all that back when you could rent things at a Blockbuster, and back when Blockbuster still existed.
Showing a bit of your age there, not.
Yes. I'm an old fucker. So a lot of the films I consumed when it came to that period of time came from people who were very much, I would say wholeheartedly, they are very much part of the faith. But I guess to someone who is an average practice, an average believer, they might come across as very unorthodox in how they approach the subject of God and the Gospels, and everything in between. I started watching a lot of movies Scorsese rarely made a religious film. It's something that he would make when he felt like it was important for him to do so. That's where you got things like the Last Temptations of Christ, and of course Silenced. There'd be films like that, and of course there'd be films like Andrei Tarkovsky, Stalker, a game that inspired a lot of Russian, a movie that inspired a lot of Slavic FPS shooters. Yeah. So, the game, Stalker in acronyms, or Metro and all that stuff. They're stories that are based, around faith in a very unorthodox way. Like Last Temptation of Christ is a sort of hyper imagining of Christ in his few days left on the earth, and it's not as rosy and picturesque as you know we were led to believe, because after all, Jesus Christ was man and he did sin in order to show us, in order to be, in order to readily absolve us of that sin later on when he comes to his kingdom. And finally when he took his last breath on his execution. And of course, there's Stalker, where it is a story about three men finding a promised room within a demilitarized zone. It's very much allegorical to a pilgrimage. So there's a lot of movies like that where I just started watching, and over time I've grown a lot more fonder with rediscovering my faith, because I've been hit with ideas that I've never thought of before. Because when you stand back and look at the big picture, you realize that's very interesting. I don't think I've never understood it that way. And so this show, Midnight Mass, is, I think, completely would be strange in that regard, because Mike Flanagan, the creator of the show, who also, if anyone knows whose name it, and if anyone thinks he sounds familiar, he does, because he directed a lot of other great movies and even a few TV shows. He is the one behind Oculus, Hush, the Ouija prequel that shouldn't have been good, but it was.
Huh. Wait, there was a good prequel movie to there was a good horror prequel movie?
You've never seen Ouija, Luigi, as I like to joke around, Luigi Origin Evil? You should. It's surprisingly good.
Huh.
So, and also he did of course he did the I guess the Overlooked now it's been a lot more popular after being on home media and streaming, Dr. Sleep. So yeah, like, of course he along with his production company Intrepid Films have started making a lot of other things. Started making plenty of things for Netflix. First movie one of the first movies he promised to I think originally Miramax.
Huh.
Until that balked, and so Netflix is like, oh, we'll cover the cost of this movie, and so made a very good movie called Until I Wake. So, and of course he made other content for Netflix, the adaptation of Stephen King Gerald's Game. The Haunting series, The Haunting of Hill House and The Haunting of Bly Manor, and of course where we come up to his latest offering to Netflix, and of course one of his latest works is Midnight Mass, and it's very peculiar when comparing to other works by people of faith, because Mark Flanagan is confirmed to be an atheist.
Really?
What? Yes, but I like his what he says in Midnight Mass is no different than, say, what other creators the other creators I listed. Yeah, well, I listed two, but you get the point. Where what they have to say about scripture in the Gospels and about God Himself, like Mike Flanagan has something he likes to say, and it's surprising in how he says it. So to get into the synopsis really quick, the entire show revolves around well, not the entire show, but a good portion of it revolves around Riley Flynn, a venture capitalist who one night he went driving under the influence, and the show starts with him who just gotten out of a car crash in which EMTs are trying to revive a child in the car that he crashed into. And so he tries praying to God to forgive him for this matter, and like he realizes after 4 years of after 4 years of jail, and he kind of came to the conclusion of what God will allow someone who's disgusting like me continue to live, and let an innocent child who had her entire life ahead of her die. So he renounces his faith, and as 4 years of his sentence comes up, he's released out of jail, and he has a note coming from his. He has a note from his mother asking him to come back home, to be with family, and so that's what he did. That's what he does. He goes back to his childhood home, which is on a secluded island off of, I guess, like the show is based out of Alberta, Canada, like Ontario, but I don't know. I know it's not, nothing is, the show is set in Canada. It's just that's just what the real life location is. It's meant to be.
Filmed.
So, yes.
Okay.
So, island called Crockett Island. Of course, it says it in the name, Island. I shouldn't be so stupid. What? But he comes back to a very, very sleepy town, because a lot of people left in droves after so many disasters, including an oil spill that leaked upon their land, which is detrimental to an island whose main means of whose main means of industry is fishing. So it's like, so the island is disheveled. It's kind of a shell of its former self. A lot of its residents has moved. So Riley comes back in order to live with his family, try to get quote unquote better. At the same time, a mysterious priest shows up out of the blue, who has come to temporarily, quote unquote, replace their aging reverend, who is said to be in the mainland, but of course not everything is as it seems in these types of shows. So I guess the hardest thing I have to talk about is it isn't like it's hard to call this show, and this show is technically characterized as a horror series, which is true, but it's hard to classify it. It is hard to classify it as such because this show and a lot of Mike Flanagan's work in general is less evolved around setting up scares. You know, it's less mainstream in the way a lot of horror is made nowadays. It's completely opposite from the Blumhouse model, where here is spooky things goes boom, boo, question mark, profit. So like a lot of his work rarely revolves around the setting up of a scare, and even then, when it does, it's usually usually not the focus. A lot of the focus of his work revolves around a horror that stems from people and their, how they feel about a certain situation. So it's really emotional. Emotional. It's very existential. A lot of it's crap. So
existential dread.
Midnight. Yes. So Midnight Mass is horror. It has a lot. It has a significant supernatural presence, but it's hard to call it horror because the main meat of the show is the world in which is the world and these characters that live in it. The show rarely leaves the island. In fact, I think the first episode, the only one to be set like in Chicago, which, knowing a lot of film sets, it's not actually shot in Chicago, and just like probably like Canadian city that might look like Chicago. So it's like, get that, and that's about it. No, I lied. Second episode has Riley coming to the mainland to participate in his AA meetings. So there are scenes like that in the mainland, but most of the time the show takes entirely place on the island, and it is about this group of people and their interactions with the mysterious priests, and of course their religious religious identity, and it's but the drama there is just enriching and very satisfying. It's very well written. I think the absolute one thing I appreciate about this show most of all is the fact that Mike Flanagan, despite his lack of belief, as he identifies with, he doesn't fall into the trappings that a lot of creators with atheistic tendencies tend to do. I think one example always comes to mind is whenever Seth MacFarlane talks about religion. It makes you groan.
Stewie, where'd you get that from? It's from a universe where no one believed in Christianity. It's like, oh wow, that's That's
It's like
really
it's perfect role. Nobody believes she.
wow. So how I don't know. I don't know the word. Just wow, Seth. Way to go.
So yeah, it's like you get a bunch of that from people who consider themselves atheists, and they do really cringy things like that, and then it's like, but Midnight Mass doesn't run into that problem. Well, yes, I do have to admit that to the point of the show, it does have criticisms of religion, primarily how easily the Bible can be contradictory and be used as an excuse for people's people's terrible choices. There's one character in the show where that is her entire motivation for what she does, and she is a complete and total unredeemable bitch.
Wow.
So it's like, yeah, it's like with the criticisms in mind, the show is very, I would say, restrained, even so far as respectful for the subject it's tackling. With of course the denomination in the show is Catholicism, everyone's favorite subject. So because Mike Flanagan was raised Catholic, so a lot of the practices of the show is of his experience, and of course a bit of the knowledge he did with the show about researching Catholicism and all that. I should mention really quick that the show was actually a project that Flanagan wanted to do for the longest time, and he never had the means to do so. There are tons of Easter eggs in far back as in the Oculus, 2014, him wanting to do this show. Of course, like the mention of the name of the show and that in most of his works. So it is an original project that he's most doing now, and you can sense that it is a very personal work from him. But no, like whenever it comes to the point of talking religion, even the characters in the show, even some of the characters in the show who are not particularly religious at all, like Riley, and the only doctor on the island, and of course the sheriff, who is not, he is Muslim, and he is practicing. He does practice Islam.
Okay.
So he's very at odds with the fact that most of the occupants of the island, are Christian, which it's like, and so even with the type of characters like that, Riley is never used as a mouthpiece to just. He's never used as a mouthpiece to vent what the creator has against something that he doesn't believe in. So never throughout the show does it refer to the ideas or beliefs that anyone espouses throughout it as dumb, stupid. These are all stupid people. Quite the opposite, in fact. It's
Hmm.
a lot of the show is centered on a very textbook example of groupthink.
Huh.
Not how the politics on Twitter and YouTube is handled nowadays, where groupthink gets thrown around like turd.
Yeah.
It's like an actual idea of a groupthink where people who are who have good intentions engage in a idea on the sole practice of we believe it's a great idea, and because so many people believe it is a great idea, it must be the only way. So it's like, it deals with the topic of a cult that happens in the show, but it never stems from the idea that the cult in any way was created by religion is the problem. We need to abolish religion, guys. It's all stemmed from the idea that people in general have autonomy with their decisions, and how they decide to affect the world is up to them. Because it does mention many times throughout the show, it's like so much bad things happen in the world. Why doesn't God do anything about it? But the mysterious priest, his name is Paul. His name is Paul Hill. Father Paul Hill. He claims to Riley, it's like God doesn't. There's nothing in the Bible that says that God negates negative accountability. It's like terrible things happen in the world because people do them, and we let them do it. It's like it is about. Oh, go ahead.
This is just so I guess the statement is reason why. I guess so much. So the reason why there's so much evil in the world is because we don't we don't take any accountability for it. We just blame it on religious figure didn't take care of it.
We blame. Basically, it comes at a very neutral idea. Like it comes at a very neutral point where people who there are evil in the world. There's evil in the world, and it does go criticize the idea that why do we just simply submit? Why do we simply just submit and let everything happen because God wills it to happen? But at the same time, it does tell the idea, and it does showcase the idea that it does showcase the idea that people are, it's like people do bad things, and there's no easy way we can explain why they do it. They do it simply because they're allowed to do it. Because they either they believe it's just, or because their life hasn't gone great for them. Like just try to get. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my mind back on track.
No, it's fine.
So it's like there's a lot of there's a topic like that. There's a lot of respect that goes around for. It's the show takes a very appreciative, neutral view to everything. It doesn't denigrate or blindly appraises what is happening. It just simply shows what happens, and then it really is one of those up to your interpretation type of deals where it's like what you see of it is what you get out of it. One thing comes to mind is the moment that Riley and another character on the show, Aaron, a character that he starts a relationship with because they are teenage sweethearts, and they reunite after so long because they both come back to the island at around the same time. So they're both having this conversation with each other about what will happen. Like what happens? What do you think will happen when you die, or what would you like to have happened, like when you pass? And so Riley discusses, of course, because of his stance on the entire show, as very, very agnostic. And very, very agnostic is something I would label him with, because he's very open with a lot of the ideas that gets thrown around throughout the show. And it's like he starts talking clinically about it, how organs, your functions start shutting down, your brain starts shutting down. Talks about DMT, which I'm immature, so every time I hear DMT, I just hear Joe Rogan. Never heard DMT?
That's crazy, man. You ever tried DMT?
Ever tried DMT? So he talks about how it's like at that moment in time, it's like you're not worrying about the end. You're not worrying about oblivion. You're just worrying about all the good things that you've done in your life.
SGT's back.
You're like everything, all your memories comes flooding back to you at that exact moment, and then like a flame in the wind, it just gradually goes away. It gradually gets everything you cease, and then of course Aaron comes back and is like, she likes to believe that something very important happened to her. I guess just a mild spoiler is she miscarried because she came back to the town. She came back to the town pregnant, and her pregnancy was the catalyst that got her back into the island. And so she miscarried, and it's a mystery that really never gets solved. But the show is not lesser for not having that answer. It's something that's kind of haunts. It's kind of a haunting idea, So she describes to Riley as like, I don't want to imagine myself what the end might be like. I like to imagine for my child. And she talks about this idea of, she'll like, my child would skip the suffering she would do. My child had skipped the suffering that she would have to endure. And she was, God himself took my child and brought her into his kingdom, in which the gender is never revealed about what the child is. So she always, Aaron refers to it as if it was a girl. So she is surrounded by her father, her grandfather, her uncles, and God gives, God, like, they give her a name, and God gives her the ability to be at the peak, gives her the gift to be at the peak of her life, the peak of how she would have been if she had been on Earth. She would be there. It's like put simply, that paradise is simply not, having all your wishes fulfilled. It's being loved. Being I'm sorry. Being surrounded by the people you love.
That's really fucking heavy.
And the one thing I appreciate about the show is it covers topics like that with a very neutral view. And it's one thing I love about the show. Because and like it's not afraid to get to heavy topics like that. It's not afraid to have just wonderful, beautifully written dialogue that explains the ideas that all the characters are going through. And it's kind of, remember how long before I said that everything is apparently becoming divisive nowadays because when it happens with the Green Knight, a really good movie. If anyone who's still listening, if you've never seen the Green Knight, go do it.
Oh yeah,
it's a fantastic,
great movie.
Yeah,
great.
It's like this show is also divisive because a lot of the chatter online and the Red Letter Media did also mention this. A lot of the chatter online is critiquing the show because it has too much monologuing. But
actually, I don't remember what the problem was people had with Green Knight. What did they say? Like, what was it they didn't like about it?
Well, I don't remember because I don't really like to go and try. I don't really like to go find hate bait. And I don't like to troll the internet to listen to people complain about something they didn't like. But it's like for whatever reason, a lot of A24 films tend to get the same sort of treatment because they're the type of films that a lot of people. They're the type of films that doesn't seem like they'd be big Hollywood productions. They're very small and at the same time they're not as accessible for a lot of people. And so I guess that's where a lot of the complaints come from. Like, I don't want to just call people stupid, but it's just like, they really don't understand it, and so they lambast the movie because they don't understand it. And it's like the same thing is happening with the same thing kind of is happening with Midnight Mass, where it really stems from the problems of labeling it as a horror show. A lot of people were expecting to get one thing, and they were left with the other, and they start to complain about not getting the thing that they were expecting to get. Because the show is not as horror centric as you might believe it be. It was there are moments in the show where it can get can get actually very very terrifying, both intentionally and just metaphorically terrifying. But of course, like I said, it's not the main crux of the show. And so a lot of people have just been railing on about it because of the idea of there are too much monologues, because it's like I understand the fact that you may not, I understand the fact that people may not be used to a show that feels very dialogue heavy, and where it's not simply just trying to get to the next plot point to get to the next plot point to get to the next scare, and vice versa. But at the same time, a lot of the show, just like what I told you, that conversation that both of them have in our house about the idea of what we might have, what we believe might happen when we die, where we don't have the answers to, like, we don't really have the definitive answers of what we have. All we have in our heart, whether we believe in heaven or not, is all we have is faith. Well, we have all we have is faith to believe that there might be, in the end, there's something worth it. Well, worth it might not be a good word. Like, in the end, there's something to go, and there would be something to rest in. And it's like you get a lot of great moments, a lot of well-written dialogue. A lot of well-written dialogue, a lot of great fleshed out characters. And the one thing people are
You were saying.
The one thing a lot of characters, the one thing a lot of characters are complaining about is that. Sorry. One thing a lot of people are complaining about is it's too talky. It's got too many scenes where people are just talking to each other, and it was like, well, yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's good. I don't think it should matter if it's good.
So like what? So like, are they expecting this? Because this is horror, why are they talking so much about religion? I want to see them, get jump scared or mutilated or whatever. It's like, is that what's going on?
Yeah, it really does seem like that's just what, because people are so used to things like that. I did mention the sort of Blumhouse thing, where it's like, yeah, people kind of expect that. At the same time, they really, at the same time, they kind of deny something that is, at the same time, they will unjustly, just like Cybertron, they'll unjustly, I tied it back, you see? Cyberverse. I'm sorry, I'll flog myself later.
Oh.
So it's like, yeah, just like Cyberverse, people have lambasted the show, whether intentionally or not, whether informed or not, just simply because they were expecting one thing, or they didn't get what they expected it. And it kind of drives me up the wall, because because this is deep down a beautiful show. It's like there's like and just one thing to mention, it's got one of the best character arcs I've ever seen in years. With Riley, and I don't want to mention a lot of it because I do generally want people to watch it fresh without my explanation. But I will share them. I will share with them a very important phrase from Ash Wednesday. A very, very well-known phrase from Ash Wednesday. You remember you are dust, and dust you shall return. It's like, yeah, that line is very important for his character. But it's like this show is so good. So good. People, like onions were being brought in my room every time I sat down to watch it. I didn't know who brought down the onions, but the onions are still there. It's like,
wow.
It's like it's something that I didn't think it's something that I didn't think I would be as moved so much after watching it. But it's I'm not afraid to admit it. So, and I guess to tie back to Cyberverse, famously, not for the show, but because I love trying to force tie-ins with things. It's like people are skipping out on very good shows because we rely too much on expecting things. And it's like Midnight Mass. I actually rewatched it a second time, all 7 episodes. So it's not a long series, but all the episodes are an hour long, so you get a lot of content for such a short run. So it's like I rewatched the show again, and it just gives me more and more reasons to love it.
Wow.
And it's very sad, but I would say in a happy way, if that makes any sense. Of course, I do want to mention, just like how the show doesn't try to take time to make pot shots against religion. The villains themselves, because there are villains in this. Are villains in this show. Like the antagonists themselves do not feel as one-dimensional as they would if this wasn't any other hands. It's like I did mention the very nasty woman during the beginning here. Bev. Her name is Bev Keen. She's one of the primary. She's the school teacher on the island, and she is an absolute zealot when it comes to her faith. Down to the point that towards the end of the show, she's not even speaking. Towards the end of the show, she stops speaking for herself and just starts quoting scripture to excuse the terrible things she's doing.
Wow.
To believe that what she is doing is righteous and just. It's like, yeah, she's a terrible person, but at the same time, like, she's not same time as a lot of the things, like, at the same time as a lot of the things, she's not portrayed as like as some kind of Bible thumping lunatic. She's very much someone who feels like she could exist, and someone that you feel like could be doing the things that she could be doing if given the chance. It's like she's a very evil woman, and a very three-dimensional evil woman at that, but an evil woman nonetheless. Like just like a lot of these topics, I can just start rambling on and on and on about how I love the show, but of course, I want to spare everyone the details. God bless.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't think sparing people from our rants is gonna be a concern anymore. We've officially passed the 6-hour mark of the stream, so
I blame Hathaway's flag.
Amazing.
Well, because like Not said, like, we find something we like, we can just talk about it. I mean, to be fair, Nick, you spend a lot of time just lecturing people to watch Cyberverse.
Honestly, I haven't done enough.
You haven't done enough.
Not until they.
But I haven't saved for.
I haven't done enough until more people have watched Cyberverse.
Yeah, the show gets my full recommendations. It's a perfect example as to why I believe that streaming does give a lot. Like, streaming in the hands of a quality creator can make really good, really amazing things.
How many episodes are there?
7. It's not a long show. Like I said, all the episodes are an hour, much like Squid Game. But you can get, like, I think, like, even if you don't like binging, you can still take your time with the show, and it'll still have that same pace and energy, that same pace and flow as if you were watching it back to back.
If you want, we could. Well, obviously not tonight. After this stream, we're probably gonna just call it a night completely, since we're going so long. But like, maybe not tomorrow, but like sometime next week, if you want, we could watch together Midnight Mass.
I would love that, Changus. Like, we can set up a day, but everyone is tired, so
yeah,
we can do that later.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can keep going.
Well, Nick, let's be honest. You have destroyed both of our sleep schedules with.
You're welcome.
And half of that half of the time we could be sleeping. Instead, Changus, look up this American Dad clip. Changus, I have a Family Guy clip to show you.
So Changus,
I will only allow, after this stream, I'm only gonna allow you to show me one Seth MacFarlane clip, and then I'm gonna call it. It better be a damn good Seth MacFarlane clip then. Alright. Yeah, we've gone long enough. I think still our longest stream still to date is the New Year's one. We just streamed like 6-something hours. That's for sure. But this stream, first 2 cents of 2022, we're getting pretty close there. But yeah, I think we'll just call it here. But before we oh, you were gonna say something?
We need to do the clip for my friend.
Oh, that's right. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna turn off my music real quick. Turn off the smooth jazz. All right. All right.
Is it off?
Yeah, it's off.
Alright, I'm gonna do again a couple of these. Okay. Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Thanks for playing. See you next season. Thanks for playing. See you next season. Thanks for playing. See you next season. Thanks for playing. See you next season. Thank you for playing. See you next season.
Thanks for playing.
I think that's all.
See you next season. Shut up, Starscream. No one told you to speak. Aww.
Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Thanks for playing.
I think that's.
See you next season.
I think that's good. I don't know what he's gonna do it for, but I think that's good.
Okay. Actually, I'm gonna clip this. Give me a second. I'm clipping my own stream. Alright. Wait. If it'll load.
Thanks for
Wait. I gotta go back.
Thanks. See you.
Wait.
Thanks for playing. See you next season. I'm gonna do again. Please. Okay. Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Thanks for playing. See you next season. Thanks for playing. See you next season.
Okay, I just clipped it. So.
Alright.
Waiting for it to publish the damn clip, though. There we go. Gonna copy this and I'll send it to you.
Alright.
There we go.
Alright.
Alright. Alright, so there we go. I don't have an outro. I'm tired, to be honest. You better have a damn good Seth MacFarlane clip ready, because that's the only one you're gonna play tonight.
Alright.
Alright. In that case, yeah, I got nothing. Oh, Chelsea covered it too, clipped it too. Oh, that's nice, Chelsea. Actually, you know what? Here, before I leave, I'll send you Chelsea's clip too, and then you could decide which one you want to use or send to him. Either way, but yeah. I'm tired. I don't got an outro, so see you guys all next week for the next 2 cents. Okay, bye.